Okay, so it is important for you to understand that this program of our bootcamp series on generative AI. During the last 3 years, we have been building training programs on generative AI. And apart from our in-person programs, we have done 3 online bootcamps. Each of these online bootcamps can be studied independently, okay? But it is important for you to understand the connection between the 3 bootcamps and how they are complementary, and also to understand the of designing these 3 consecutive bootcamps. So, in the next lesson, you are going to see the detailed contents of this program, and you are also going to see the alternative learning paths that you can use depending on your profile. So this is a program that we design with the beginner in mind, but many of our students are mid-level and expert level professionals, okay? Learning engineering, no tech experience, to people with a lot of years in the field, okay? So you are going to find in the next lesson the alternative learning paths and the alternative learning rhythms you can use, okay? And you are also going to learn in the next lesson why these programs are like no other out there, okay? So this is one expression one of our students used. This is a program like no other out there, and it is true. And in the next lesson, we will show you how this is. So in this particular lesson, we are going to focus our video into explain how this program fits into our bootcamp series on generative AI. Okay, so if we have to summarize in just one sentence the main goal of each of our bootcamps, we will tell you this. What we call our bootcamp number has the goal of opening your eyes and to make you understand that now is the time for you to see his opportunity. So what you are going to see in what we call our bootcamp number 0, I will tell you more about that later, is going to leave you amazed. So the things you are going to see are spectacular. And you are going to learn in this initial bootcamp that you can do these kind of things yourself too. Okay, so this is a revolution reserved for some special people. Everybody can take advantage of it. And in fact, you must take advantage of it, because if you do not take this opportunity, this is going to be a threat for you. It's going to be a threat for your job. It's going to be a threat for your economy. So it's very important for you to understand what is happening already and what is going to happen in every profession. This is very well explained in the bootcamp number 0. In bootcamp number 1, we have the main goal of teaching you how to understand this revolution and how to learn the key techniques behind it. So when you finish the bootcamp number 1, you are going to be perfectly able to function and to manage and to walk yourself in this world, and you can present yourself as an expert on generative AI. In the what we call the bootcamp number 2, you will learn how to build the most advanced applications, what it is called the AI agents. Okay, so AI agents are just a kind of LLM application. So in bootcamp number 2, you will learn on top of what you learn in bootcamp 0 and in bootcamp 1, in order to build the most advanced AI applications today. Okay, and you are going to learn that using a very simple language and a very simple exercises. So all our bootcamps are addressed to beginners in the first place, but most of our students are mid-level and expert level professionals. Okay, so let's let's talk a little bit more about each of these bootcamps. So in what we call the bootcamp number 0, you are going to see how generative AI is transforming the process of building software applications. So until now, building a software application, a web application or a mobile application was reserved for the special guys, right? So not anymore. With the techniques, the tools we are going to show you in Bootcamp 0, you will see that everybody can build a web application or a mobile application today. So this is the first lesson of this Bootcamp number 0. Everybody can do it now. If you can drive a car, you can build a software application today. But at the same time, what we want to communicate to you is that if you are a software engineer, if you are a software developer, you need to understand that your profession is going to change radically. Okay, so the same way that the profession of the people or accounting people change, seats arrive, or I don't know, the profession of the travel agencies change when internet arrive. Now, the software engineering or the software development profession is going to change radically. In fact, it has already. So if you are in this world, you need to understand what is happening and what is going to happen to your profession. Because if you do not jump into this train, you are going to get hurt. Okay, so it's very important for you to understand what is coming, what is already happening, and how software engineering is going to be in the future. You are going to learn this in bootcamp number 0. So this is a very good bootcamp for beginners and also for people with mid-level and also a high degree of experience. And the main message we want to tell you in this bootcamp number 0 is that you need to understand that the same way generative AI has already transformed software engineering, it is going to transform most, or I would say all professions out there. So it is very important for you to understand this huge revolution, how this is going to impact your current profession, and how you can take advantage of it instead of becoming a victim of it. Okay, super important. So these are the main goals of our bootcamp number 0. The bootcamp number 1 is where you, after being amazed, after being surprised about the level of changes that are coming, the huge level we are right now in this bootcamp number 1 is where you learn what generative AI is, the magnitude of this revolution, and how it will affect your work and your life. You are going to have a very deep understanding of what is happening, what is going on, and what is going to happen in the job field, the business field, in the life, and in society. And you are also going to learn how to ensure that this revolution impacts you positively and not negatively. Excuse me. This is super important because the generative AI is a huge storm that is going to blow everything in front of it. And you can be destroyed by it or you can empower by it. We are showing you in this bootcamp number 1 how you can be in a lead role. How you can take advantage of it in your profession, in your salary, in your life. You learn the basic concepts, but also the practical techniques, tools that will make you part of this revolution in this bootcamp number 1. Bootcamp number 1, and you're proficient in generative AI. If you are a tech guy or if you are not a tech guy, business people from wherever field you come, after when you complete the bootcamp number one, you are going to be like a generative AI pro. Okay, and finally, in what we call the bootcamp number two, you are going to learn the concepts, the techniques, and the tools that will master the most advanced generative AI applications in simple way. What are these top applications? Is what is called today AI. Okay, so AI agents are today the most sophisticated kind of LLM applications. And in this bootcamp number two, you will learn in very simple terms how to build this kind of agents. Okay, so remember, all of our bootcamps are addressed to beginners, but also mid-level and experts are going to find a learning path and a learning rhythm that is good for them as well. Okay, it is important for you to see that in the next lesson, you are going to see the detailed contents of each of these bootcamps, of the bootcamp you are studying right now. In short, we can tell you that in the bootcamp number 0, you will see in the first place how to build applications with what we call vibe coding. This is just talking to your vibe coding tool, the same way you told with a cab driver, hey, please take me to Union Square, okay? So the same way you use natural language with a cab driver, you can use natural language to communicate yourself with vibe coding tools, okay? In order to make them build applications for you. This is super important, and in the first part of the Bootcamp 0, we are going to show you with practical examples how we build a $12,000 project with in a matter of hours and with a total cost of $12. Okay, so we are going to invest $12 to build a $12,000 application. You are going to see that in real time. Okay, and you will see that this new style of software engineering has different levels. This is super important for you to understand. Because if you remain just in level 1, you are not going to be too far. But if you advance to level 2 and level 3, the sky is going to be the limit for you, okay? In level 3 is where you use vibe coding tools with AI coding assistance, and where you apply, when you apply everything that you have learned in Bootcamp 1 and in Bootcamp 2. Here, you don't have barriers, you don't have limits. You can do whatever you want with this way of building applications. Okay, so in this Bootcamp 0, you will learn how to work with vibe coding tools, how to work with AI coding assistants, especially Cloud Code and course leaders today, and the best way to use both of them in aviation. So you will use vibe coding tools with Cursor and Cloud Code all together, and then more about other specific coding assistants like B0, Replit, Codex, etc. Okay. Finally, Bootcamp 0, you have a guide for learning the basics of programming and to understand that everybody can learn how to program today. Okay, so this is Bootcamp 0 in short, and then Bootcamp 1, you are going to learn the details of the generative AI revolution, how to build applications. This is going to be super important for you, not just in a practical way, but also in a conceptual way, because every concept you are learning here is going to be super useful for you in Bootcamp 2, in Bootcamp 0, and also in real life. And here you are going to learn how to code with assistance and how you are going to use generative AI to disrupt business startizations. Okay, you are going to see real cases. For example, you are going to see a super powerful way to disrupt software as a service business, the SaaS business, okay, and AI. And finally, in Bootcamp 2, you will learn the keys of the AI agents revolution. You will see real cases for your life, work, and businesses, and you will learn in simple terms how to build AI agents from simple to very advanced and sophisticated. Okay, so it is very important for you to understand the relationship between these three bootcamps. Also, is for you if you want to search for these bootcamps that this what we call the technical name. Okay, so if you want to look for what we call the bootcamp zero, the correct name of this bootcamp is 2026 Bootcamp Build Web and Mobile Apps Fast and Easy AI. Technical name of the bootcamp. This is how you can look for it. The bootcamp number one is 2026 Bootcamp Generative AI, LLM Apps, AI Agents, Cursor AI. And finally, the bootcamp number two, the technical name is 2026 Bootcamp Understand and Build Professional AI Agents. Okay, so understand that this bootcamp, you can study this bootcamp independently, but this is a bootcamp that is part of our bootcamp series on generative AI, and you need to understand how this bootcamp fits in this series. Welcome to a program that is going to change your life. As you know, we have several bootcamps on generative AI. This is our bootcamp number one, which is focused on generative AI, LLM applications, introduction and basic, and I would say mid-level AI agents, then coding assistance, and also we study how generative AI is disrupting businesses, especially software as a service businesses, SaaS businesses. So I'm going to talk to you about this bootcamp number one in this introduction. And I'm also going to tell you about our bootcamp number two. The bootcamp number two is focused on understanding and building professional AI agents. As you know, AI agents are one kind of LLM application. So we always recommend to study first the bootcamp number one to understand well what are the LLM applications and the foundations of LLM applications and also the basic of AI agents in order to start the bootcamp number two in the best position possible. Some of our students go directly to bootcamp number two. We do not recommend that. You can do it, and in fact, it is ready for you if you want to start in bootcamp number two. But in our opinion, if you do that, you are going to lose a lot of super valuable assets that are going to be super important for you in your job as a AI developer or generative AI engineer. So in this presentation, I'm going to tell you about the global learning path of these two bootcamps with a special focus in the first one. And you will see that there are many different ways and rhythms to study these bootcamps. Let's go. So the first thing to highlight is that we are right now celebrating the 40,000 students all around the world. We are right now in the middle of 2025, and we have become the number one generative AI online bootcamp worldwide. So this is a very important milestone for us, and the most important thing for us is that during all this time we have been changing a lot of lives for the better, and I will tell you more about that later. So the mission of AI Accelera is to educate on generative AI to the highest number of people in the world. So if you remember, 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, when ChatGPT was initially launched in a wide way, some people said that generative AI was going to destroy a lot of jobs. Or some people said it was the apocalypse time, it was the end of the world, no more works, no more jobs, no more programming jobs, etc., etc. Since the beginning, as many of you remember, we thought that, on the contrary, generative AI was going to create many new jobs and many new businesses. Yes, of course, generative AI is going to make some jobs obsolete. Of course, it's going to make some businesses obsolete, but the number of new jobs and new companies that are going to be created by the generative AI revolution, in our opinion, is going to be higher than the number of jobs that are going to become obsolete. And reality is proving us right, and you are going to see some very powerful data in the following lessons about this. So our mission is to democratize the access to generative AI education so that anyone anywhere can benefit from it. Why? Because we are absolutely convinced that education in generative AI is the key to access these new well-paid jobs. And what we were seeing 2 years ago is that in many cases, this new revolution was being restricted to the people that can afford very expensive programs, or to the companies that can afford very expensive consulting firms, right? So from our beginning, we had this mission in mind. We want to democratize the access to generative AI education so that anyone, anywhere can benefit from it. Our results right now are a testimony that we are achieving this goal. We have become the #1 generative AI bootcamp worldwide. We have more than 40,000 students from more than 150 countries, and 20,000 of our students are currently working in some of the top companies all over the world. So you can think about the top tech companies in the world, in the west coast of United States or in the east coast of United States, financial companies, industrial companies, banks, consulting firms, every kind of organization, private or public, you can think of, is probably having some of our students already, and I am sure that more of them are going to have in the near future. Okay, so we have during all this time thousands of 5-star reviews, and the most important thing for us, we have seen thousands of life changing stories from our students. So the first thing you need to understand is that this is not a regular course. This is not one of these courses you can find everywhere. This is more like a master's degree, like a condensed master's degree. In fact, the bootcamp #1 is a condensed version of a in-person master's degree we have with 400 hours. And the bootcamp #2 is also a condensed version of a 400 hours master's degree we have in our center. And you can also say that together, these two bootcamps are more than 20 micro courses. Okay, so this is not a regular course. This is more like a condensed master's degree, and you can think of it as a number of many micro courses all together, structured and ordained in a very careful way. Okay, so another very different thing about this course is that you are going to decide your path, your learning path, and your learning rhythm. Some people are going to be super fast and super direct to one particular part of the program. Some others are going to be step by step. Some of you are going to run very fast. Some of you are going to take your time, repeat, and assimilate while you need it. Okay? You have to be sure that this program has the potential to change your career, okay? And you are going to see some of the next lessons what we mean. And we are not just talking about the skills, we are talking about opportunities, and we are talking about salary. Right now, the salary premium of generative AI jobs or generative AI related jobs is more than 25%. So salary premium more than 25% of a regular job. Okay, this is very important. It is going to change your career. And it is also going to change the way you learn and the way you work. Remember, this is a bootcamp. This is not a regular course. This is not an in-person master's degree. A bootcamp is a kind of training that requires a higher degree of commitment from the student. Okay, so this program is going to be easy for you to follow. We have our main effort is to make things simple for you, but it is going to take a lot of effort and time from you. But if you have that, if you have what it takes, if you are able to put this effort and this time, you are going to achieve it. And you are going to learn how to work in a different way. You are going to learn in a very new way, which is going to be able to solve problems by yourself. Okay, you are going to learn to grow as a professional and to grow as a student. And you are going to see that this program has, of course, don't doubt it. We have seen so many cases. This program has the potential to change your life. Okay, so what is the learning path? What is the roadmap we have designed for you? And this is very important because when you are trying to study in a broad subject and you need to study many different courses, one of the pains you are going to find, the pain points, is like, okay, so I have these many courses and each of these courses is taught by one person, one different person, and they are using different stacks, different versions of the program. So one of the most painful thing is to be to need to study many different courses from many different people, right? So this is not the case. All these courses, all the sections that are in our bootcamps are coordinated by the same team. And lastly, are coordinated by one person, which is the person who is talking to you right now. Okay, so all this, what it assures you is that everything has a logic, everything has an order, everything has a sense. Okay, so this is what we recommend all of you to start from the beginning and learn until the end. First, the bootcamp number one, then the bootcamp number two. But you are going to see in the next slide that you have different ways of doing this. What are we going to learn in these two bootcamps? So in the first bootcamp, we are going to teach you how to understand generative AI from scratch. Okay, so it's like, okay, I don't know anything about generative AI. I don't know anything about LLMs. I don't know anything about LLM applications, about coding assistants, about AI agents, about how generative AI is going to change my life, my job, and my company. Okay, perfect. This is the program perfect for you. Remember that we have many different kinds of students. We have the total beginner. We have the person that comes from different fields, comes from the business field, comes from the sales field, comes from different fields that are not software engineering. And then we have the technical guys. We have the software engineers with 20, 25, 30 years of experience. We have the VPs of technology. We have the CTOs. We have the front-end engineers. We have the back-end engineers. We also have the machine learning professionals, the big data professional, the learning professional. We have too many kinds of profiles that come to the program and find their perfect path and rhythm. Okay, so this is the global learning path. We start with the understanding the generative AI revolution and why it matters for you. Then we go to how coding right now is totally different from 3 years ago, 5 years ago, or 10 years ago. This is super easy right now and super fun, I would say, learn how to program, and everybody can do it. If you know how to drive a car, you are going to be able to program today. Okay, so we explain how to do that, and we explain what are the LLM apps. LLM apps are applications that have a different kind of brain. Okay, so the brain of the LLM apps is what we call the LLMs. Okay, large language models. What is a large language model? In a very simple way, you can think of ChatGPT as an LLM. It's not exactly that, but I think it's a good way to think about that. So LLM applications have an LLM as their brain, okay? And then you can build many different, think of the LLM like the motor of a car. Okay, so let's say, for example, that in your car, in your Mercedes or in your Honda or in your Toyota, you can have different kinds of motors. You can have a Ferrari motor, or you can have a McDonnell motor, or whatever, right? So the LLM is like the motor. This LLM can be from OpenAI, can be from Anthropic, can be from DeepSeek, can be from Meta, for example, from Google, etc. We have different kinds of LLMs, and we can use these LLMs as the brains for our applications. And our applications are going to be connected with many different tools, not just the LLM, are going to be connected with the database in our company or with different cloud tools we are going to use, etc. Okay, but the LLM application is a kind of application that has this particular kind of brain. And you are going to see that we have many different kinds of LLM applications. The two main types of LLM applications are what we call knowledge-based and agentic. Okay, so knowledge-based is what we call RAG applications, and agentic LLM application is what we call agents, AI agents. Okay, but you are going to see that LLM applications is a very big world, and you have a lot of things that are important, a lot of concepts, a lot of tools, a lot of things to learn in order to build powerful and strong and solid LLM applications, agents, etc. Okay, so are going to learn how to build basic, mid-size, and also advanced LLM applications. We are going to learn how to code with coding assistance, especially Cursor, which is right now the number one. We are going to see how generative AI is disrupting businesses, and this is super important. We are going to see real cases in detail. You are going to see how generative AI is changing, for example, software as a service, that, as you know, is the top business model in Silicon Valley since 30 years ago, okay? So this is super important. And then in the bootcamp number 2, we are going to focus our attention in one type of LLM application, which is the AI agent. Okay, so we are going to understand the AI agent revolution, and we are going to learn how to build AI agents. First, simple AI agents, then mid-level, then advanced. And on this way, we are going to learn a lot of things. You are going to see in the following slides the many different tools, frameworks, techniques, projects we are going to be working. Okay, so the learning path is very clear, is very structured, is very methodic, and it has one common thing: is ready for everybody. Everybody, no matter your previous background, previous education, previous experience, everybody can start from the beginning and end up being a generative AI engineer. Okay? As I was telling you, our programs can we learn in different rhythms. So we have one very frequent kind of student, which is what we call the beginner. So the beginner is a person that doesn't have previous experience, education with this field. Okay, so you can come from another field, another industry. You can be a person that is trying to change jobs from a different field. You are trying to reinvent yourself in a different industry that has a lot of potential, etc. Right? We have many people here. So we have researchers, we have salespeople, we have business people, we have people that comes from the science world, etc. Every kind of people. Okay, so to these kind of students, we tell, okay, one step at a time, start from the beginning until the end, and, just find the rhythm that is good for you. When you are in an in-person program, the rhythm of the whole class is going to force you to follow that particular rhythm. But when you are in an online program like this one, you are able to find the rhythm that suits you. Okay, so in some cases you will go super fast, in the theory chapters. Okay, I understand what they mean. I can go ahead, and then when you arrive to the practical sections, you will have to go slower, and you will have to repeat and do the projects one time and again until you feel confident, until you feel comfortable, and you can go ahead to the next lesson. Okay, so don't worry about the speed. The important thing is to advance with confidence, is to advance enjoying the experience, is to advance feeling secure, etc., etc. Okay, so you will have to find your own rhythm. Then we have what we call the professionals. So the professionals are students that have some degree of experience with programming. They may come from the front-end development world or back-end development world, the traditional software engineering, or they come from machine learning or big data or deep learning, etc., etc. Right? So people that has had some minor experience with some of the parts we teach here. So what we say to this kind of student is, hey, find what is the level that you are comfortable with and you want to start from, and go ahead. Okay, you don't need to go from step one. You can start in the middle or in one particular area, etc. Be careful here, because in many cases, what we have found after teaching 40,000 students is that the pro student, in many cases, they think they know more than what they really know. Okay, so in many cases, they start in the middle of the program, and suddenly, when they are here, they realize that it's going to be valuable for them to go back and understand a lot of the things we explained in the initial parts. And why is that? Okay, so one reason is because generative AI is super new. So even when you come from 20 years or 25 or 30 years of experience in software engineering or machine learning or whatever, probably you will need to discover a lot of new things about generative AI because it's super new. And the second thing is the second thing you need to consider is that when you are working in the generative AI field, you have to be ready to answer one question from your business manager. Your business manager, uh, they understand that generative AI is going to be super important for the company, but they don't know what generative AI can do for the company. So they are not going to tell you, do this particular project for me. They are going to tell you, what can generative AI do for our company? So if you, as a pro, have only focused your attention in learning techniques, you are not going to be as well prepared as the beginner that has studied the theory part of the program, and not just he knows not only the techniques but also the concepts, the strategy, and the reality. So a beginner that has started from step one in the program is going to be able to answer the question of this business manager. He's going to tell this beginner student will be able to say, yes, generative AI can do for our company this thing, this thing, this thing, this thing. I'm going to tell you about what are other companies doing in this industry, in that industry, in that industry, what are startups doing in this particular field, etc., etc., etc. So the conceptual part of the bootcamp, which is also in the bootcamp number 2, is going to be super important for you to be able to answer to this question of your business manager. What can generative AI do for us in this particular company? tell me examples, tell me business models, tell me startups that are already doing these things with success. Okay, so do not think that the theory or the conceptual or the strategic parts of the programs are not for you if you are a pro, but you have also always the chance to start whenever, wherever you want in the program. Okay. Then the expert, okay? And this is a very particular kind of student we have. We have a lot of students that are experts. And these experts can be CTOs, can be software engineers with 25, 30 years of experience, can be people from machine learning, can be, team leaders, team managers in the tech field, etc. And these people usually have a very similar profile. They are very busy, they don't have time to waste, and they want to go just to the point, right? So they are these people that tell us, okay, I want to learn exactly how to build a full stack RAG application or an AI agent that assists my sales department or whatever. They want to know one thing only, and they want to know it very quickly. So if you start telling them about the theory, the concept, the strategy, the initial frameworks, etc., they immediately get very stressed, very impatient. They start complaining, and they tell you that this is a program that is just for beginner, it's too slow for them, and they want to go just to the point. Well, the experts can go to the point, directly to the point. So if you are an expert and you want to learn just one particular kind of project, how to do one particular kind of project, you can go directly. Okay, so this is what we say scan, aim, fire. Okay, so it's like, okay, see what you need, boom, and go directly there. But what are you going to find if you are an expert? Like the pro, you will find when you go to this one particular thing, one particular project, one particular framework, etc., that when you are learning about that, you will realize it is going to be super interesting for me, super valuable for my career if I also understand all these other things that are in this bootcamp. So, as an expert, you can go directly to the point, but very probable you are going to find that other parts of the bootcamp are also interesting for you. And in many cases, the expert, what has done is they go to one particular lesson, then they start going back. They decide to take the full bootcamp. In some cases, they just accelerate the speed of the video, right? So instead of going to 1x, they go to 1.5 or 125 or whatever. So I start talking very quickly. They just, go with it, right? So the tech expert, in many cases, they start with one particular lesson, then they go back, they review the bootcamp, and then they send us the whole team of people that are working with him. Okay, so one of the important things you can do with this program is to learn. Okay, to learn and practice and know a lot of things. The second thing you are going to find in this program is how to stay updated. Why? Because we update this program very, very frequently. Okay, so almost no. Every month we update this program. In many cases, we update this program several times per month. Okay, since the beginning of the program, we are updating this program every month. We also tell you that you can use this program as a cheat sheet. What do we mean by cheat sheet? We think that in many cases our students are and they learn what we present in the program. They do the whole boot camp, and then in a couple of months or whatever, they come back and say, okay, now I want to do a project in my company that is similar to the project I studied in the bootcamp. So I come back, I review the main ideas there. Maybe I see something that is new, etc., and then I can keep working. Okay, so in many cases the program is also being used as a cheat sheet. Okay, so let's review the contents of each of these blogs and why it is important for you to pay attention to most of these blogs, even if you are an expert or a pro. Okay, so first you have the academic intro. This is like this place that every expert wants to just jump, just forget about. Oh no, I'm too old for this, like I have taken so many courses, I don't need to have an academic intro. Well, I think it's going to be super important for you, super important. So the practical tips for students are very important. This lesson, the secret to successfully completing this program, this is key. This is super important to every student. Also, it's very important to know how to join the alumni network and how to distinguish yourself as honor student. This is a very important thing to have in your resume or in your LinkedIn profile, to be honor student of the number one bootcamp worldwide in generative AI. But also in the academic intro, we have what we call the State of Generative AI report. So what is this? This is just a photo, a picture of what is happening now in the generative AI space. So you will see that in other part of the program, we are telling you, okay, what is the generative AI revolution, how the generative AI revolution is going to impact every area in your life, your job, your business, blah, blah, blah. Okay, what is happening, what is going to happen. But in this section, what we tell you is, okay, what is happening now? Because when you see the other section is going to give you an strategic view. This is going to happen in the next years, but it's not going to happen in 2 days. So it's going to happen in the following years. And this State of Generative AI report is going to tell you, okay, what is happening today? What is happening in these last months? We are going to tell you how the job market is behaving, in the generative AI field and generative AI related jobs, etc. What is happening? You are going to see amazing things here. What is happening in the workplace, in the business? What is happening in the coding world? What are the tools that are being using? How they are used, etc. What is happening in one especially sensitive field, which is the service industry, which is a $3 trillion industry, is going to be hugely impacted by generative AI. What is happening in the startup world, super important. What is happening with the buzzwords, and the naming conventions. You are going to see why right now the focus is in one particular word of the generative AI. Why now everybody's talking about agents, and why now everybody's talking about MCP, etc. Right? So we are going to tell you about that. We are going to tell you what are the LLMs that are most popular in one particular moment. What is the evolution of the other LLMs, etc. Same thing with the different frameworks, especially what we call the orchestration frameworks that you will learn. We are also going to tell you about the evolution of the AI education. This has had a huge evolution in the last years. And we are also going to tell you about the evolution of our own company, AI Accelera. Why? Because many of you contact us interested in working with us or interested in doing things together as consultants, or doing things with your company or with your institution, with your university, or if you are an investor or if you are an entrepreneur, etc. Right? So we are going to tell you, okay, this is what we are doing. This is the way you can join us. This is the way you can work with us. This is the way you can collaborate with us, etc. Okay, so this is going to be interesting for those of you interested in our own company and opportunities, etc. So then we are going to go to the generative AI revolution section. Okay, and this is super, super important because you are going to understand why this revolution matters to you. Okay, so we are going to see what are the big changes that are going to happen in the employment world, in the business world, in the startup world. They have already started and they are going to be growing and growing and growing. in the society. You are going to see how to introduce generative AI in your company, what is the new generative AI training, etc., etc., etc. Okay, so you are going to see that in short, the generative AI revolution is a huge opportunity or a huge threat for you. Okay, so this is going to destroy some jobs, it's going to destroy some companies, it's going to destroy some lives, and on the other hand, it's going to boost some jobs, some companies, and some lives. What do we want is that you are in the second group of people. Okay, so in this part, you are also going to receive two free ebooks. One is the keys to artificial intelligence, and the other is 100 AI startups. These are startups that have received more than $500,000 in investment already. Super interesting. These two books you are going to have in this section. Then we are going to see a super interesting section as well, which is the new coding is easy and how you can master it too. And this is a super interesting section for all of you, but especially for the ones of you that are scared about programming, about coding. Okay, it's like, oh no, all my life they said that coding is something magical, only reserved for the super smart people or for the people that are math genius or physics genius. No, 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 no. Coding is a skill that everyone can master, especially today. And you are going to learn that today coding is very different from 2 years ago, 5 years ago, or 10 years ago. And you're going to learn that today coding is just working with your artificial intelligence assistant and guiding him to do the job. So you, as a new programmer, you will be you will need to master the concepts in order to tell your coding assistant what to do. Okay, so the scenario has changed a lot. And I remember when we started talking about this 2 years ago, some companies, some CEOs, some software engineers, they look at us and say, are you crazy? This is not going to happen. Well, everybody now is applying this in their companies, big companies, mid-sized companies, and small companies. Coding is not what it used to be. And right now, everybody can learn how to code and everybody can master coding, especially generative AI coding. Okay, so the first thing you're going to learn here is how to debunk all the myths of the prerequisites for learning how to code. Okay, everybody can code. If you have never coded before, you do not have to be worried. You are going to be a programmer as well. So if you know, we always say the same. If you are able, excuse me, if you are able to drive a car, you are able to code. Don't doubt it. Okay, everybody can do it. So you will learn the new way to code. You will learn practical tips if you are new to programming, how to learn the important parts that you really need. And in this part, we also address these people that have been programming in a very particular field. For example, the front-end developers that have only developed front-end applications, or the back-end developers, or the database developers, or whatever, right? So, hey, don't worry. You are going to learn how to manage and how to handle different programming languages, and you are going to become a master developer yourself very easy. You are going to have fun and you will see that everybody can do it. Okay, and you are on this way, you are also going to learn how to use, very important tools like the terminal of your computer, or how to create and work with virtual environments, how to create .m files to have your confidential keys there, how to use Jupyter notebooks, etc. You are going to learn a lot of things. It's going to be super fun for you if you are new to coding, and it's going to be also super fun if you have a short experience in programming. Then we are going to understand the LLM app revolution. Okay, so the first thing for us to understand is, okay, what can the new LLM apps do, and why is this revolutionary? Okay, why is this different from the previous software applications we all know about? What is this different from the machine learning I learn in my university? What is this different from? Okay, so the first thing is, okay, understand what is an LLM application, what are they doing in the different industries, in the different startups, in the different professions, what are the most frequent use cases, etc. To learn, for example, that AI agents are also a kind of LLM applications, and to start learning the LLM basics. Excuse me. So, for example, what is a context window? What are tokens? What are prompts? What is prompt engineering? What is the cost of running an LLM application? What is the architecture of an LLM application? This is like a huge word. Oh, architecture. You're going to see this is a very simple concept to learn. The different components of an LLM application, etc. And in this section, you are going to have a complementary ebook that is called Do You Speak Generative AI? The Prompt Engineering Beginner's Guide. This is a complementary ebook for what we call happy students. What are happy students for us? Are these students that are keeping with us in the program, that are enthusiastic about it, that are enjoying, that are perceiving the value they are getting from the program, and that are helping us to spread the word. How do you spread the word? You include a positive review with a positive content, and this is going to make the program more visible for others that can be benefit for it as well. So if you are a happy student, you have your complimentary ebook. Then we will go to the next section, which we are going to be focusing our attention in learning how to build LLM applications, from very simple ones to very advanced ones. And the first question you need to answer is, okay, what are the best tools and why? And this is super important. Why? Because many of you probably already know how painful it is to learn the wrong tool. Okay, so the first thing you are going to learn is that you have many different tools in order to build LLM applications, but some of them are good, some of them are not so good. And you are going to understand that the qualification of a tool, it not only depends on the technical quality of the tool, it also depends on the community of users, the job market response to the tool, and many other factors. So we have already done the job for you, and we are going to tell you, okay, these are the tools you need to focus your attention in, and these other ones, just forget about them, at least for now. And as you will see in the program, we are continuously experimenting new tools, paying attention to new tools, and including new tools when we see that they are really relevant, okay? And we are also going to, you are going to see in the program a lot of sections where we analyze different secondary tools and tell you, okay, it's not the time of this tool yet, or the time for this tool is over, etc., etc. Okay, so first thing then, to learn what are the best tools to build LLM applications and why. Then you are going to master these tools. You are going to master LangChain, RAG, multimodal, etc., etc. You are going to be building projects from very basic to very advanced. And when we say advanced, we mean full stack. We mean applications that have a front end, a back end, a database, a cloud integration, etc. Okay? Advanced. But we will start small and step by step in a comfortable, stress-free, fun way you are going to progress. Okay? So you are going to master the main tools, and you are also going to master secondary tools like what we call LLM ops tools. These are tools that are going to help you to monitor the performance of your LLM application, to debug problems in your application, to check the cost of your application, etc. Okay, so we are going to master those kinds of tools as well. So here you have just a list of things that are included in this section. This is a super powerful section. This is super exhaustive, okay? Do not get overwhelmed because we are going to be going step by step, okay? And you are going to see that we are going to see a lot of different tools. Next, React, Vercel, Postgres, FastAPI, many different tools, many different concepts, etc. And here, as you see, we are also going to see AI agents. Okay, so you are going to learn how to develop, how to build simple AI agents, mid-level AI agents, and full stack AI agents in this section. Okay, so this is going to be a very good way to start thinking about the bootcamp number 2, because in the bootcamp number 2, we are going to grow from here. Okay, we are also going to see things like MCP, etc. Okay, so in the following block of the bootcamp number 1, you are going to learn how to code with coding assistance. So remember that we said coding is not like it used to be. There is a different way of coding. So in a previous section, we told you about programming and how to start programming. And in this particular part of the bootcamp number 1, we are going to focus the attention in working with coding assistants. So coding assistants are your partners in the new life of the software developer. Okay, so you are going to understand the basics of coding assistants. You are going to learn which are the top coding assistants. Okay, so we will learn about V0, Claude, O1, O3, Replit, Windsurf, Bolt, etc. But we will focus our attention in the top coding assistant today, which is Cursor AI. Okay, this is a super powerful tool. It's going to be amazing for you to learn about Cursor AI, and especially to see what we can do with Cursor, because we are not going to just learn Cursor in depth. We are also going to build basic and advanced projects with Cursor. So we are going to build a social network. We are going to build a chatbot application, a text-to-image application, a voice-to-text application. And you will see that in all these applications, we are going to use Cursor, and also we are going to use other tools. We are going to use Firebase, Replit, Stable Fusion, DeepGram, etc., etc. Okay, so this is going to be a super interesting tool for you. The very important thing you need to understand is that Cursor is like a car or a horse you are riding. Okay, so it's a very powerful vehicle for you. But in order to be a good driver of Cursor, you need to have the knowledge. You need to know what to say to Cursor. And if you want to know what to say to Cursor, then you go to the previous sections. You learn about the LLM apps, etc., etc. Okay. Next part of the bootcamp number 1 is the disruption that generative AI is generating in businesses, and especially in some kind of businesses like software as a service business models, the SaaS model. Okay, so we are going to learn from real cases in a very detailed way what is happening, how generative AI is changing the software as a service business. And if you are not familiar with software as a service, SaaS businesses, I am going to tell you that these are the main type of businesses you see in Silicon Valley since 30 years ago. Okay, so the top tech companies are SaaS business models, and generative AI is changing SaaS business models a lot. So you are going to see how this is happening with real cases, how a top company is replacing SaaS providers with generative AI tools, how a unicorn startup is showing how AI agents will kill SaaS, the SaaS business model. And this is a super important case because this unicorn startup is a multi-billion company, multi-billion dollar company. This is a SaaS startup. This was originally a SaaS startup, and they have reinvented the company with AI agents. Okay, so in this section, you are going to understand the SaaS business. You are going to understand the tech and business challenges of the SaaS businesses, and you are going to understand how generative AI is changing these kind of businesses and all other businesses, because you will see that many of the things that are applicable to SaaS business are also applicable to every kind of business. Okay, and finally, and this is a very interesting case as well, we will try to build a SaaS application with Cursor AI. And you are going to enjoy this lesson very much as well. Okay, so once we finish the bootcamp number 1, we will tell you to continue your learning in bootcamp number 2. And in bootcamp number 2, we are going to focus the attention to one particular kind of LLM application, which is the AI agent. Okay, so in the first part of the bootcamp number 2, we are going to explain you the AI agents revolution. Okay, so now we are talking not just about generative AI. We are talking about one particular kind of generative AI applications, which are AI agents. Okay, so you are going to understand what they are, what is the market they have ahead, what are the key benefits they provide, what are the use cases of these new kind of applications, how you can introduce agents in your company. What are the challenges, the regulation, and the best practices you should keep in mind? What is the future of AI agents, and what are real cases of AI agents today? And you will have a complimentary ebook with detailed real cases, with the names of the company, the names of the founders, what are they doing, etc., etc. Okay, the name of this bootcamp is AI Agents: How They Will Transform Life, Work, and Business, and this is a complimentary ebook also for happy students. So these are students that are enthusiastic about the program, that are realizing the value the program provides, that they are able to communicate their enthusiasm to others with a review and with a comment that is going to highlight the visibility of the program. Okay, so in the last part of the bootcamp number 2, you will learn how to build AI agents. First, you are going to learn what are the best tools and why they are the best ones. You are going to master Crew AI to build simple and versatile agents, and you are going to master LangGraph to build sophisticated agents. So LangGraph is a very powerful framework to build AI agents. This is built by the LangChain team, and Crew AI is also a very powerful framework and was originally based on LangChain. So that's why it's super important for you to learn the bootcamp number 1 before coming to bootcamp number 2. So in this section, you are going to learn how to build AI agents from very basic to very advanced. Think, for example, that LangGraph is the framework used to build super sophisticated commercial AI agents that you will use every day, like the Replit agent, for example. And here you are going to learn to do very amazing things, from the main concepts to very sophisticated agents. Okay, so you are going to build, for example, an agent that is able to manage a project plan, which is going to be able to assist your sales department, which is going to be able to manage your emails for you, which is going to be able to do very special kind of things, not just an agent, also what we call a multi-agent application. Okay, so you are going to learn a lot here. You're going to learn about memory, long-term memory, how to store memory in external sources, etc., etc. Okay, so as you can see, to prepare this program and to keep it updated requires a lot of time and a lot of effort from us. A lot. And to answer student questions in less than 24 hours is also a very demanding task. So this program requires a lot of effort from us. And we do this because we are moved by a very powerful mission. We love to be able to democratize the access to generative AI, and we love to be able to change lives from thousands all around the world. Why? Because we once were one of you. We once were where you are today. And we really missed a program like the program we are provided. And I think that for a person that is in your place, it's going to be super valuable to have this kind of programs. And because we were once where you are today, we think is going to be super good to provide this program to others. And this is the mission we have since the beginning. But in order to keep this mission, we need your support. As many of you have pointed out in your reviews, the price of this program is merely symbolic. You know that the value you are receiving from this program is many times higher than the price you pay. And for us, this is not our main source of income or our main source for work. We do this because the mission is very important for us. But in order to keep investing time and effort on this program, we need your support. What is the support you can provide? You just provide honest 5-star reviews. With this, our program has higher visibility, and many other people can see that this program is available for them and can provide value for them as well. So with your honest 5-star review, you are making this program more visible. And if you add a few lines with your review explaining what you love about the program, this is going to make your review even more valuable for others. Okay, so this is the support you can provide us, and think that this kind of support, just providing your honest 5-star review, is going to be super beneficial also for you, because it's going to allow you to have the program up to date. Okay, so this will guarantee you that this program is going to have new content every time you come back to it. Okay, so one of the things we always recommend for our students, especially the ones that are starting in the program, is to read the 5-star reviews of other students, because you are going to realize that many other students started in the same place that you are. So some people are scared and they tell us, hey, I'm only 15 years old, or I am 74 years old, or you know what, I come from the law field, or I come from the sales world, or I have not coded in my life. So some of you are scared. Some of you are hesitant. Some of you think that you will not be able to overcome a program like this. But I am telling you, you can. You can succeed too. And if you take a look at the 5-star reviews of many other students that have already succeeded with this program, you will see that you also can succeed. Okay, so the people are saying to this program many kind of wonderful things, like, okay, this is a program unique in the world, this is a program 10 out of 10, the theory part is great, the practical part is great, the price is literally symbolic. Well, you will see, just read the reviews, because people is really very enthusiastic about this program. And also we have some people that are annoyed by hate some of the people that do not write the 5-star reviews. Like, okay, so how is it possible that you not find the huge value in this program? Because I have 20 years of experience, like this, for example, this person, Abir, she's telling, hey, I have 20 years of experience in machine learning as a data scientist, and this program is amazing for me. And if I can find value, everybody can, etc. Right? So she says this is for every kind of profiles, etc., etc. Right? So take a look at the reviews because I think you are going to find them very helpful. And the last thing I wanted to tell you in this introduction is please be aware that this is the biggest opportunity in the history of humankind. This is the biggest opportunity you have found in your life. This is the biggest opportunity we found in our lives. And this is something that our parents didn't have, our grandparents didn't have. This is something that we have today, and it's super important to take advantage of it. Okay, so our message for you is go for it. Please do not abandon the program in the middle. We are always very sad, and we even feel the pain of people throwing the towel. When people do not realize all the value of this program, we are really sad for them, because we have seen so many times people changing their lives for better with a program that we would like everybody can have the same chance. So go for it. This is a huge opportunity. Please take it. Welcome to a unique program in the world that will make you an expert in the market's most promising area, teaching you how to apply artificial intelligence in the business world and how to build the most promising artificial intelligence applications, what we call LLM applications. With this program, you will boost your career and join the elite of professionals prepared to make the most of our time's greatest revolution. In this blog, we will see why now is the right time to learn artificial intelligence. What will you learn? What are the included materials? Who is this program for? And what makes this program different? Hi, I'm very happy to tell you that celebrating our 45,000 students, we have decided to give you this book as a gift, to give this ebook to all our students. The book is called Do You Speak Generative AI? The Prompt Engineering Beginner's Guide, and you can download this book in the program. Eh, I'm going to tell you a little bit about why we decided to write this book. This is one of the 4 books we have written down, and I would tell you that at the moment where we started listening about prompts and engineering, we were a little bit concerned because we were listening some confusing or what we thought was mistaken messages. So we agree that prompts and prompt engineers are very important and have a huge potential as the main way to communicate with LLMs, with foundational models. But we didn't agree with the idea that prompt engineering was a kind of magic full of tricks, in order to be like a wise guy in the generative AI world. And we didn't agree with the idea that prompt engineering was going to be this super amazing new profession. We thought that the super amazing new profession was the generative AI engineer. And we thought that prompt engineering was one of the skills the generative AI engineer needs to master. So we didn't find the book we were looking for. We were trying to find a book with the basics of prompt engineering, with a classification of prompts by different areas or tasks or industries, etc. And most of all, we wanted to find a book full of examples. So since we didn't find that book, we did it. And this is the book. This is the front page of the book. It is called Do You Speak Generative AI? And the subtitle is The Prompt Engineering Beginner's Guide. As you can see here, it has more than 100 practical examples for beginners. So we have the book that we thought it was necessary. In one of the areas of this bootcamp, we are going to include a preview of the book for those of you interested, but most of all, you will have the full ebook to download in this lesson, in the resources section of this lesson. We don't think this book is core content. It is not required for this program because it is too long and it is too specific. But we think this book can be the extra content that will make the difference for your projects and for your career. You will learn that the quality of your prompts is going to set the difference in your projects and also in your career. So this is one book that is going to be very interesting for the student who is willing to walk the extra mile. And we wanted to tell you with this gift, we wanted to tell you thank you. Thank you to all of you for helping us to democratize the access to generative AI education. As you know, this is our main mission. We want to take generative AI education everywhere, no matter which country are you in, no matter what is your economic background, no matter what is your education, no matter what is your professional background. We think you have to have easy access to generative education because this is going to change the world. This is going to change your life. This is going to change the job market. And we want generative education, generative AI education to be in the hands of as many people as possible. So thank you for helping us in this goal, to reach this goal. Thank you for your reviews. Your reviews are very important for other students to understand what it is in the program, what was what you found, what was the impact the program had in you, what are your impressions of the bootcamp. Your reviews are very important, and we thank you for them. And thank you also for helping others in the QA section of Udemy. It is very important your participation. Every time you ask a question, every time you help another student solve a question, every time you just enter a suggestion or you just enter an insight and an interesting point, all of that is going to improve the community, is going to improve the whole group of students. And thank you finally for keeping always a friendly attitude. You are inspiring to us. You are what is moving us to keep working and keep improving in our daily job. Thank you very much. As you know, since we launched this program, since we created this program, we have been updating the contents of the program every month. So every month we are going to include new content, we are going to include updates, we are going to include things that are interesting for you. During the last month, we have included a very important new content. It's what we call the advanced contents or contents recommended for your second round in the program. So you will see in many sections of the program a part called Lessons for Your Second Round. Okay, so these lessons, the lessons after that title in each section, are recommended for the students that are studying the program for the second time and want to dive deeper in different areas. Okay, so in these advanced contents, You are going to find how to use different versions of the frameworks we are using. You are going to find advanced ways to solve the projects with additional code repositories, and you are going to find advanced and more complex documentation. So, as you very well know, our standard content is very, very safe, very, very secure, very, very under control, and especially thought for the beginner student. We want you to avoid having errors, having problems, having issues during the first round of the program, so you can grow, you can learn with confidence, with security, with more and more enthusiasm, mastering the content, mastering the lessons, mastering the new profession in your life. Okay, so in order to do that, we are giving you a very controlled content, especially very controlled projects. It is very important in order to have these super under control projects that you follow our recommendations. Because when we tell you to do the things in one particular way, is because we know this is the best way of doing things. Remember, we are here many years ago. We have more than almost 50,000 students all over the world. So we already know what works and what doesn't work. Trust our system, okay? So in your first round, go with the standard contents and forget about the advanced contents. Okay, so the standard contents are going to provide you a very controlled and safe environment that will help you learn with confidence, with the proper reading, with the proper learning route, okay, learning path. In your second round, when you finish the first round of the program and you review the program again, then will be the good time, the best time to explore the advanced contents and experiment with them. Okay? So again, the standard contents are contents very, very, very secure, very, very under control. Okay. So in some cases, you are going to find that we are going to use maybe not the last version of the framework, but we are going to give you instructions in order to use exactly the same version we are using. And why we are using it? Because it's secure, because it's under control, because it's going to help you learn. Okay. And then in your second round, you will be able to experiment and explore with different versions, with different way of doing things, with the most modern approaches, etc. You will have the content as well. Okay. But please trust in our system. Do not rush. Do not go to the advanced content until you have finished the first round of the program. And then in your second round, you will see how this content is going to help you grow even more. Okay? Remember, more than 50,000 students almost right now. So we have learned what works and what doesn't work, and many people are right now AI engineers because of this program. You will too, but please follow the system. It is very important that you leave a review and you share your experience with the program. We are now close to 47,000 students all around the world. And when we look at the internal Udemy statistics, we see that we have in total 5,506 reviews. From these total reviews, 91% of them are 4 or 5 stars, and the majority of them are 5 stars. We have also around 2% of our reviews being negative or showing dissatisfaction. What have we learned from this data? We know that more than 90% of our students are extremely happy with the value they get from our program. And we think that this makes sense because if you review the contents and the resources provided by the program, you will see that no other program offers so much for so little. No other program is updated so frequently or responds to questions from the students so fast as we do. And this is not because we are special or because we are better than others. This is just because we work very hard. And we work very hard because we believe in what we do. you will see every month in your email an email from us reporting the updates we have included in the program on the last month. And if you don't have this option enabled in Udemy, you can see these monthly reports in the announcements section of the Udemy dashboard. So this is usually below the video screen. You can see several tabs. One of these tabs is called announcements. And in this tab, you can see a copy of the emails we send every month with the monthly updates of the program. So we have this level of quality because we work very hard, and we work very hard because we believe in what we do. And as I was telling you before, we started this program years ago with the main mission, with the main goal to democratize the access to generative AI. Why? Because from the very beginning, we understood that generative AI was going to be a huge danger or a huge opportunity for many people. And we wanted to democratize the access to this opportunity, regardless the students' economic conditions, educational level, or geographic location. Right now, we are reaching around 50,000 students all over the world in more than 155 countries. But we are not satisfied with that. We want to reach thousands, hundreds of thousands and millions of people with this opportunity, because we think we can help a lot of people to get the benefits of generative AI education. Some of our students, they show dissatisfaction. For us, this is frustrating because we really work very hard so that everybody can be happy with the contents. But in this case, what we see is that the majority of these dissatisfied students, they do not know the contents of the program. They have completed less than 1% of the program. And usually they complain about inadequate learning paths or inadequate learning rhythm. They say, okay, this content is not for me, it's too easy for me, or the rhythm of the program is too slow for me, I want to progress faster. And they complain about that because they do not follow our recommendations. If you go to lesson 3, you will see that we recommend different learning paths and different learning rhythms depending on the level of experience of the student when they start the program. If you are a beginner, just continue with the learning path and the learning rhythm as usual. But if you have a certain degree of experience or problems with time availability, etc., you can change the learning path and the learning rhythm. And there we, in the lesson 3, we give you very good recommendations about that. So please take a look at that in order to get the maximum of the program. So it is very important that you make your voice heard. It's very important that you leave a review and share your experience, because this is going to help our other students, and this is also going to determine the future of the program. So this is pure logic. When a program has a lot of reviews of satisfied students, of course, this program is alive, this program can be updated, this program can be supported, the questions of the students can be responded, etc. But if a program doesn't have reviews or doesn't have good reviews, it's going to disappear. The life of that program is going to be short, and the resources applied to that program are going to be short. So it is very important for you to leave your review, to share your experience with the program, because this is going to help other students and this is going to determine the future of the program. So thank you very much for adding your review. This is an important advice or an important reminder for what we call our stressed students. So some of you are very busy, you don't have time, you need a practical solution right now. This is what you want from this program. And in some cases, you skip the lesson 3, or at least the final part of lesson 3, where we recommended different learning paths and different learning rhythms. The first thing we want to tell you is we understand you very well. We have been there. Remember, myself, I was working in Silicon Valley for 10 years. Silicon Valley is probably the most competitive and stressful environment you can find. So I totally understand where you are. Sometimes the stressed student, because they skip the lesson 3, they try to follow the path of the beginner student. And then it is very probable that the stressed student, if he tries to follow the path of the beginner student, he's going to be frustrated, angry, and he will probably throw the towel soon. He will probably leave the program early. Okay, and this is going to be very, very bad for you. Trust me, you are going to miss very valuable things if you abandon the program before reaching what you are looking for. So what we recommend you, if you are in this position, you don't have time, you want answers immediately, what we recommend you is, okay, forget about the theory parts. Forget about the parts of the program where we are giving advice or giving recommendations to the beginner students, and go directly to the practical parts that interest you, okay? So what is your main interest? This kind of application, go there and try to learn and implement it, okay? So when you do that, it is very probable that if you are interested, if you have more questions, if you have doubts, if you are curious about learning more, it will be good for you to go back to the theory part, or at least the theory part or the beginner part that is associated with the practical part you are interested in. Okay? So, this is our initial recommendation, but we also want to tell you that lots of stressed students like you have written reviews explaining why following the beginner path was a very valuable thing for them, despite their initial reaction and recommending, and they are right now recommending it. Okay, so many of the students we have that are vice president of technology, CTOs, managers of engineers, software engineers with 20 years of experience, etc., most of them, they have completed the whole program. And they have written reviews saying that it was very useful for them and very valuable for them to do that, even when at the beginning they didn't think so. They thought it was too long, it was too slow, it was not necessary for them, etc. So in many cases, they started with one very particular practical part, and then they realize, okay, this is going to be very interesting and very valuable for my career, so I'm going to get deeper and deeper into the program. Okay, so our recommendation for you: initially start going directly to the point, go to the practical solution you are looking for, and if interested, if curious, if you think it's going to be valuable for you, then go back to the theory or the beginner path to keep learning. Okay. Today, we stand at the brink of a new era in technology. As we look into the generative AI landscape of 2024, we will uncover the transformative power of large language model applications, which are reshaping industries globally. We will explore not just the current state, but also the vast opportunities that are emerging from this revolution. Let's start by exploring the most compelling real-world applications from April 2024 that highlight the impact of these new technologies. Consider Klarna, a customer service LLM application. This generative AI application operates 24/7, handles 2.3 million customer service chats, and provides service in 35 languages. Remarkably, it has replaced 700 full-time agents without sacrificing customer satisfaction. And this is not just a reduction in human labor, but an enhancement in efficiency and scalability. Similarly, in the legal and enterprise sectors, Harvey and Glynn have demonstrated that generative AI can significantly streamline operations and offer insights with unprecedented speed and accuracy. All these startups have already received millions of dollars in venture capital investment, and they are just the tip of the iceberg. From individual tools to entire networks, let's discuss how generative AI is revolutionizing productivity. On every productivity revolution in history, we have transitioned from humans using tools to human using machines to human using networks of machines. We are seeing a similar path with generative AI. We are seeing copilots, agents, and networks of agents on every aspect of professional work, from data analysis to strategic planning, being enhanced. Imagine a workplace where generative AI copilots are not just assisting but elevating your work by automating routine tasks and offering insights that go beyond human capability. With these advanced tools at our disposal, let's explore the distinct capabilities that set generative AI applications apart. First, the ability to create. Our generative AI applications can now generate text, images, audio, and video with precision and creativity, mirroring human-like artistry. Next, they have the ability to reason. These applications evaluate, plan, and criticize, engaging in complex decision-making processes that were once the sole domain of human intellect. And third, consider the possibilities when these capabilities combine. For example, a generative AI application could soon create a marketing campaign, evaluate its potential impact, fine-tune the messaging based on predicted customer reactions, and iterate this process in real time. What does this mean for future productivity? As we leverage these capabilities, let's consider their economic impact and the immense opportunities they create. We can use the transition from traditional software to cloud-based software as a reference. That transition marked a significant shift in technology, growing from a market revenue of $350 billion in 2010 to $650 billion in 2023. So, at the beginning of that transition, only 1% of market revenue was cloud software. 13 years later, more than 60% of the software market is now cloud software. Now, imagine the potential as we transition from the standard services market to generative AI-driven services, where we are just scratching the surface of a $10 trillion market. Today, only 0.03% of this market is being conquered by generative AI applications. Imagine the potential. To grasp the full potential, let's look ahead with some predictions for the near future. And remember, this is not just growth. This is a transformative shift that could redefine economic landscape globally. Although we are in the nascent stages. The trajectory is clear. From LLM models and dev tools, we are moving very quickly to sophisticated LLM applications. Generative AI is moving very, very rapidly. This transition is not limited to customer products, but it is expanding deeply into enterprise solutions, offering better planning and enhanced reasoning capabilities. In 2024, even when we are in a very, very early stage, we are seeing a very strong transition from the focusing LLM models and dev tools to create LLM applications to the enterprise LLM applications themselves. We are having a very important movement toward agents, LLM applications, and agents, LLM applications. And we are seeing more and more transitions from consumer LLM applications to enterprise LLM applications. And we are expecting a better planning and reasoning capability of these applications in 2024. These are not yet predictions. These are the predictions of the top venture firms in Silicon Valley. As we continue to innovate, the capabilities of these generative AI applications will all grow. Impactful applications. As we stand this pivotal moment, it is clear that LLM applications are the driving force at the heart of this new technological era. The potential opportunities we have discussed are not just significant, they are monumental, the biggest in the history of humankind. Let's embrace this future together. Let's explore these opportunities and lead the way in this exciting new world. this lesson, we will see what the world top leaders say about artificial intelligence, what kind of job opportunities you can find right now in the market, internship programs, startup opportunities, and every kind of program that can help you to grow in the artificial intelligence career. Look at what top business leaders think. Elon Musk, founder of Tesla. Generative AI is the most powerful tool ever created. It has the potential to unleash a new era of human innovation. Mark Zuckerberg, founder of Facebook. Generative AI is key to solving some of the world's biggest problems, like climate change, poverty, and disease. It has the potential to make the world a better place for everyone. Bill Gates, founder of Microsoft. The new generative AI has the potential to change the world in ways we can't even imagine. It has the power to create new ideas, products, and services that will make our lives easier, more productive, and more creative. It also has the potential to solve some of the world's biggest problems. By joining the small group of people who currently master artificial intelligence, you will open up a large number of opportunities for internship, employment, collaboration, and startups. It is easy for you to go to any job market and see job offers like the ones we have highlighted in the attached documentation. You can find artificial intelligence engineer positions, artificial intelligence general manager positions, head of artificial intelligence positions that go from $150K to $500K. I repeat, these positions right now, today, in the San Francisco market, are being paid from $150,000 per year to $500,000 per year. All students of this program have preferential access to the Artificial Intelligence Opportunities program of the AI Accelera. The AI Opportunities program is a coaching program aimed at opening professional opportunities in the AI field. Internship jobs for artificial intelligence consultants, technical or commercial consultants. Jobs as an AI consultant, technical or commercial. Role of AI ambassador in your company. Role of AI ambassador in your training center. Opportunities for entrepreneurs in the AI market and opportunities for investors in the AI market. I repeat, all students of this program have preferential access to the AI Opportunities program of our company, AI Accelera. Contact us to book a coaching session about this. In this lesson, we have seen what the top business leaders in the world say about the current moment of artificial intelligence, the kind of job opportunities you can find in the market today, and how to find internship and startup opportunities. In the next lesson, we are going to review the program's curriculum, and you will find what you will be able to do when you finish the program. In this lesson, we will review the program's curriculum, and we will see what will you be able to do when you finish the program. What will you be able to do after completing this program? You will add to your resume that you are an artificial intelligence expert, not just theoretically, but also practically. You will be able to identify areas where artificial intelligence can be introduced in a company. You will be able to implement an artificial intelligence introduction plan in a company. You will understand what an artificial intelligence application is and the types of artificial intelligence applications that exist. You will move confidently among the different components of artificial intelligence technology: Python, LangChain, Llama Index, OpenAI, FastAPI, Next.js, Vercel, Render, AWS, Langsmith, Langserve, etc. All them will become familiar tools to you. You will be able to build LLM applications, the artificial intelligence applications with the most market potential, from scratch to a professional level. You will know in which areas new artificial intelligence startups are being created and how to use your knowledge to start one. This bootcamp has the same contents as our in-person master. For each lesson, we will present the general outline of the lesson in the video. We will give you the material to complete the study on your own, and in the practical lessons, we will give you solved exercises for you to repeat them and practice. It will be your job to repeat until you master the lesson. Remember, this is a bootcamp, and your commitment is key. This bootcamp has two parts. The initial part is about the new artificial intelligence. The second part is about LLM app development. In the first part, we have the following chapters: the new artificial intelligence, what it is, why it is interesting now, and why it is so important. Changes introduced by the new artificial intelligence, introduction. Changes in employment, opportunities and threats. Training in the new artificial intelligence, key to accessing new jobs. Changes in the company, opportunities and threats. Introduction of artificial intelligence in the company. Artificial intelligence startups, opportunities to create new businesses. Consulting firms, business advisory services, and marketing agencies. Business opportunities for these companies in the new artificial intelligence market. In the second part of the program, we will see everything about development of LLM apps. We will see the following chapters: use cases for LLM applications, basic concepts of LLMs, basic concepts of LLM applications, architecture of an LLM application, basic concepts of the RAG technique, orchestration frameworks, LangChain, Llama Index, OpenAI, basic LangChain, LangChain expression language, Langsmith, Langserve, LangChain templates, LangChain chatbot, introduction to the programming exercise block, basic programming and LLM apps, Python, FastAPI, JavaScript, React, Next.js, basic concepts of the development environment, Level 1 applications, toy demos with LangChain, Level 2 applications, toy demos with LangChain and Streamlit UI, Llama Index, OpenAI API, introduction to full stack applications, Level 3 applications, full stack apps, with LangChain, Llama Index, FastAPI, and Next.js. LLM applications, advanced concepts. Latency, speed of LLM applications. Cost control of LLM applications. LLM ops, evaluation, observability, guardrails, monitoring, etc. And finally, how artificial intelligence engineers stay informed. By the end of this program, you will master all these concepts: generative AI, foundation models, embeddings, vector databases, semantic search, prompt engineering, orchestration frameworks, autonomous agents, LLM apps, LLM ops, and fine-tuning. In this lesson, we have reviewed the program's curriculum. As you have seen, we have a lot of. We have also seen what you will be able to do next, what you will be able to do when you finish this program. In the next lesson, we are going to see the included materials, the 2 books included in the program, the more than 200 presentations and notebooks included in the program, and the more than 100 coding programs, coding projects that are included with the program. In this lesson, we will see the included materials, the 2 books, the more than 200 presentations and notebooks, and the more than 100 coding projects included with this program. With this program, you have included hundreds of videos, hundreds of exercises, projects, and support materials. You will have access to the code of all exercises. You will have the possibility to use the projects in your professional portfolio. You will have the book Key Aspects of Artificial Intelligence. You will have the book 100 Artificial Intelligence Startups. You will have preferential access to personalized coaching with the instructor. You will have the possibility to obtain a program certificate. You will have preferential access to the Artificial Intelligence Opportunities Program, and you will have preferential access to future editions of the program. As you have seen, this program has a lot of included materials, a large number of included materials, including books, presentations, notebooks, and coding projects. In the next lesson, we are going to see who is this program for, and we will see that previous knowledge is not required. In this lesson, we will see who is this program for, and we will see that previous knowledge is not required. Who is this program for? Executives without technical knowledge, engineers without artificial intelligence knowledge, engineers with basic artificial intelligence knowledge, professionals without technical knowledge, students without technical knowledge, entrepreneurs who want to create an artificial intelligence startup. This program does not, I repeat, does not require previous knowledge, but if you have it, you will learn even faster. No matter what, this is an opportunity for you. No matter your experience, no matter your education, no matter your age, no matter your gender, no matter your nationality, the only thing that matters is your willingness to progress and your perseverance to learn. In this lesson, we have seen who is this program for, and we saw that previous knowledge is not required. In the next lesson, we are going to see what makes this program different from other options. In this lesson, we are going to see what makes this program different. Traditional courses are of three types. First, theoretical courses on artificial intelligence. Second, toy demos of LangChain or Llama Index. Third, toy demos of LangChain or Llama Index with toy user interfaces of Streamlit. In some cases, these toy demos are presented as end-to-end projects, but the reality is that they are far from being full-stack applications. With incomplete courses, the frustration of the student is total. The student becomes frustrated with non-practical courses. The student becomes frustrated upon realizing that the toy demos are far from being true LLM applications. They don't have a professional backend. They don't have a professional frontend. They don't include professional tools like AWS3. They don't include front and back deployment methods. They don't include evaluation methods, etc. Therefore, the toy demos are of little use to students who want to apply them in a company, in a startup, or to find employment. What makes this program different? This is an accessible, comprehensive, practical, and complete program. It is accessible, aimed at students with or without a technical profile. No prior knowledge is required. It is comprehensive, provides knowledge from both a business and technical viewpoint. This is very useful for both executives and technical professionals. It is practical. It provides practical knowledge and dozens of projects ready to be used in your company, your startup, or your professional portfolio. And it is complete. It goes far beyond toy demos, delving deep into the details of developing professional full-stack applications and their deployment process. This is also an assisted program. It includes preferential access to online coaching with the instructor. It also includes the possibility of receiving a certificate. And finally, it also includes preferential access to the Artificial Intelligence AI Accelera program. In short, this is a program designed by people with real experience, with the real needs of companies, with the real needs of engineers developing LLM applications, and the needs of students without technical experience. In this lesson, we have seen what makes this program different. In the next lesson, we are going to see a brief introduction of the instructor. In this lesson, we are going to talk about honor students and how you can become one of them. So honor students are our most distinguished students. They are the ones that contribute with code updates, because when you are working in this program, you are going to find that sometimes the code we have in our exercises has become outdated because we are in a so quickly changing space that this changes in a matter of days, you know. So Excuse me. So for us, it's extremely valuable to find this kind of a student that besides learning is contributing, and whenever she or he sees something that can be improved in the program, he or she makes the effort to contribute in that direction. So we have a lot of students that are contacting us on a daily basis saying, hey, you know what, in this exercise we can improve the code doing this, or we can update the code doing this, or you know what, we can introduce this new feature that LangChain has launched, or Llama Index, or OpenAI, or whatever. So all these students for us are exceptionally valuable. They contribute with code updates, they contribute with suggestions to improve the program, and they contribute in any other significant manner. So for us, these are diamonds. And these diamonds for us have a lot of values, and we really appreciate this value, and we really want to reward this value. So we have several ways to reward these honor students. We have an honor student certificate. We have an honor student label that they can include in their LinkedIn profile or CV or whatever. And they also have a lot of preference in the alumni network offers. So whenever we have a consulting gig offer, whenever we have a job offer, whenever we have a startup team information, the first people that is informed are the honor students. They have a preference in the alumni network because this is the way we want to reward them in order to contribute to make all the community better. They also have other special advantages. They are extremely valuable for the community, and we really appreciate honor students. The good thing is everybody can be an honor student. Everybody can become an honor student, and everybody is welcome to. So you are invited to become part of the alumni network just for being a student of this program. And with a little effort from your part, if you see something that we can improve, if you see some code that can be updated, just with a little help from your part, you are going to become part of the elite of our students, what we call honor students. So we really encourage you to enter in this in this elite group of our students, because you will really enjoy a lot of advantages. And I mean, it's just a great satisfaction to be of help of the community. And I have found during my job experience and social experience that all these people that contribute more in every environment in life are the ones that reach the higher positions always. So I really invite you to walk that extra mile, as they say in United States, because I think it will be very good for you and very good for the community. So I will encourage you to become an honor student. In the next lesson, we are going to talk about how you can get tech and sales consulting gigs in the alumni network. Welcome to this bootcamp. My name is Julio Colomer, and I am the director of the bootcamp. I apologize. I will talk a little bit about myself in this lesson, because I understand that for some of you it may be interesting to know who is the director of the program and what has been my background, my professional background, and my association with artificial intelligence and generative AI. So I have what you can call a hybrid profile. We have a typo here, hybrid profile. I am an AI engineer and also an MBA. I have been working for more than, I would say, almost 20 years as software engineer and AI engineer in Silicon Valley, in California, 10 years in Silicon Valley. And right now I am the CEO of AIaccelera.com. In Spanish is aceleradora.ai.com. As I was telling you, I work as a generative AI engineer and also as the business partner of the company. I am author of 4 books on generative AI. Some of them you will know in this program, and I am the director of 2 generative AI bootcamp. And the first one is more generalistic, more introductory, and the second one is more focused on AI agents. We are preparing the third one that will be live very soon. As I was telling you, I have been working in Silicon Valley in California doing 10 years in high-tech companies, and I have also started a few companies. In the last tech startup, I closed 5 investment rounds. My LinkedIn profile is very easy to find. You have a link to my LinkedIn account in the instructor profile page on Udemy, or if you prefer, you can just search my name, my last name in Udemy, Julio Colomer. It will be great to connect with you through LinkedIn, and I think it can also be very, very interesting for you to do that because I have a network of almost 20,000 contacts in LinkedIn, many of them associated with artificial intelligence and generative AI all over the world, and that can be very interesting to have in your LinkedIn network as well. So if you connect with me, you will have easy access to all my networks of contacts. It will be great to say hello via LinkedIn. And again, welcome to this bootcamp. Okay, so one of the things that has been very beneficial for many other students has been to share their progress in the program. So they are letting their network know that they are becoming part of the generative AI revolution. Okay, so when you enroll the program, when you start progressing in the program, when you start building projects, etc., all these are very good moments, very good opportunities to share with your social networks what you have achieved, what you have accomplished, what you have started, what value you can provide, and position yourself in their eyes as an expert in the generative AI space. This is the most demanded value, the most demanded skill in the job market. So it's going to be very good for you that your network knows that you are becoming an expert in this super highly demanded field. Okay, so this is going to be very good. Position yourself as an expert in your network, and also to communicate your progresses, to communicate your different advances in the program, is going to help you to become more and more committed, to be more and more committed with the program, because all these people in your network are going to have expectations about you. They are going to start asking, okay, what have you learned? What can you do in the company with all these new tools, this new knowledge you are learning? Okay, so all these expectations, all these questions from your network about what you are learning are going to be beneficial for you because are going to help you to be more committed, to be more perseverant with the program. Okay, so this has worked very well for other students, and we recommend you to do the same. It can also be a good idea to invite others to explore the program. This is aligned with our mission. We know that a lot of jobs, a lot of people are going to suffer in the next years. Okay, so a lot of jobs are going to suffer in the salary, and a lot of jobs are going to disappear or are going to be in a very bad situation. But as you very well know right now, generative AI, on the other hand, is going to open a lot of opportunities for the people with the right education, with the right training. So one of our main efforts is to let people know that they can avoid the pain that is coming for most jobs if they train themselves in the generative AI field. And our mission is to democratize the access to the generative AI education, make it accessible for everybody, no matter where they are, in what place on earth, no matter what are their resources, no matter what is their background, their education, etc., etc. Okay, so if you want, you can join us in our effort and let the people in your network know that they have a path to improve their professional situation. They have a path to avoid the suffering and the pain that is coming in the job market with the evolution of generative AI. Okay, so we invite you to do this. And finally, we also invite you to add a review in the program and to explain other possible students about your experience, about what you have found, about what was your situation before the program and after the program, what are you feeling while you are studying it, etc., etc. This is going to be also very beneficial for other students, and we think it's going to be very good that you do it. Okay, so we invite you to let your network know that now you are part of the generative AI revolution. Okay, this has been very beneficial for other students, and it may be also very beneficial for you. In this blog, we are going to see some helpful tips for students and the secret to successfully completing this bootcamp. In this lesson, we will see how to learn in a bootcamp. We will see that in this bootcamp, we have two learning systems. We will see some keys to success, and we will also talk about the screen size. Remember that in this bootcamp, we are using the same contents we use in our on-person master. For each lesson, we will present the general outline of the lesson in the video. We will give you material to complete the study on your own. And in the practical lessons, we will give you solved exercises for you to repeat them and practice. Repeat until you master the lesson. Remember, this is a bootcamp, and your commitment is key. This program has two main parts, and each of these parts has a different learning system. Learning the first part, the artificial intelligence part, is easy. Just listen to the lessons and read the included books. To better retain the main concepts of this part, we recommend making summaries and diagrams. Learning the second part is also easy, but it requires a very different approach. Practice, practice, and practice. To better retain the main concepts of this second part, we recommend repeating the exercises and studying the support materials as many times as necessary until you are fluent with them. You don't learn to program if you don't program. Some keys to success. Each student has their own pace and favorite study system. The important thing is that they work. Find yours. The key to making the most of an online course is the student's self-discipline. Finding the necessary time to study and practice, and being persistent until the end of the program. Some students find it helpful to share on their social networks that they have started the program and what they are learning along the way, as making it public increases their level of commitment. Coaching sessions can be very helpful for many students. If you think they could also be useful for you, contact us to book coaching sessions. We have prepared the videos so they can be watched on every screen: mobile, tablet, laptop, desktop computer, etc. In the second part of the program, we may present documents that look small on your screen. Do not worry about it, because you will always have the option to download the document and view it in full screen. In this lesson, we have seen how to learn in a bootcamp. We have seen that in this bootcamp, you have two parts with two different learning systems. We have seen some important keys to success, and we also talk a little bit about the screen size. In the next lesson, here you have it in Spanish, en la próxima lección. In the next lesson, we will see the secret to successfully completing this bootcamp. This is a very important lesson, since we are going to learn the magic pill of success. We will see that it is easy to live an online course, and we will also become familiar with the main enemy of success. We will give you a technique that can help, and we will ensure you that we want you to succeed. We often want to be deceived by the magic pills of success. Lose weight without giving up the food you like or exercising. Learn a foreign language while you sleep. The 3 rules for earning $1 million without working. But deep down, we all know what is needed. We know we need to get up early. We need to have discipline. We need to study hard. We need to practice and practice and practice. We need to work hard. We need to be perseverant. We need to stay focused. We need to repeat until we master. We need to have a sporty attitude. We need to listen to expert advice, etc. Remember, it is easy to leave an online course unfinished. We are all very busy with more urgent matters. And an online course, it is relatively inexpensive, and most important, no one will see you throwing in the towel. No one will see you abandon the course. So it is very important for you to realize that this program will change your life if you don't prevent it. It will make you an expert in the market's most promising area, teaching you how to apply artificial intelligence in the business world and how to build the most promising artificial intelligence applications, the LLM applications. With this program, you will boost your career and become part of the elite of professionals prepared to make the most of our time's greatest revolution. But remember, this all will be true if you don't prevent it. There is no magic pill, but some techniques can help you on the way. First, write down what you think people who don't believe in you would say about the reasons why you will not complete this course. I repeat, write down what you think people who don't believe in you would say about the reasons why you will not complete this course. Second, write down the reasons why you will successfully complete this course and what you will do to achieve it. Your study plan, study calendar, etc. Depending on their circumstances, each person can commit to a specific work plan. Some full-time, some part-time, some just weekends, etc. Third, when your motivation wanes, read the two previous texts and modify them when necessary. Remember, we want you to succeed. We have prepared this course very carefully, thinking on your success. You will progress in small steps. You will have a lot of support materials. You will have two very good books. You will have a lot of practical exercises and projects. You will have references on external resources that will help you on the way. And remember, we are here to help you. When you need it, request our personalized coaching service. But remember, successfully completing this program mainly depends on you. But you too can do it. Remember, this is a bootcamp. This is not an in-person master program, and your commitment is essential. Remember the differences between a bootcamp and an in-person master program. In this bootcamp, we will present the general outline of the lesson in the video, and then we will give you material to complete the study on your own. In the practical lessons, we will give you solved exercises for you to repeat them and practice. And it is your job to repeat and repeat these exercises until you master each lesson. In this lesson, we have been talking about the magic pill of success, and we have seen that it is easy to leave an online course. We also become familiar with the main enemy of success, and we have given you a technique that can help you. Remember, we want you to succeed. In the next lesson, we are going to see why do we say that LLM applications, LLM apps, are the key of the new artificial intelligence. Very important lesson for you to understand and keep it with you. In this block, we will see LLM applications and the universalization of artificial intelligence. We will also talk about the differences between ChatGPT and LLM applications. Very important block. In this lesson, we are going to talk briefly about the evolution of artificial intelligence as a discipline. We will explain why we are starting the new era of universalization of artificial intelligence, or we may say universalization of generative AI. And finally, we are going to explain why LLM applications are right now at the core of this revolution. So why it is going to be so important and so valuable for you to learn how to develop LLM applications in the second part of this program. Artificial intelligence has been with us for a long time, many, many years. It seems to be a very new thing, but in fact is here since 1940s, 1950s. So it's an old guy, if you want to call it like that. Eh, Artificial intelligence has for a long time been a promise, and that promise, in many occasions, was a broken promise because it didn't result as expected. So the scientists around artificial intelligence, they have been during long time embarrassed to use the name artificial intelligence because time and time again, the expectations of the so called artificial intelligence were not very intelligent at all. So, the initial artificial intelligence scientists were so embarrassed about their failures that they started using different names just to distance themselves from this big failure called artificial intelligence. So they started using different names. One of the most prominent alternative names of artificial intelligence was machine learning. So during many years, machine learning has been the unofficial name of artificial intelligence. And as you will see, machine learning and the traditional artificial intelligence are not very similar to what we today call artificial intelligence or generative artificial intelligence. So at the beginning, machine learning was just a different way to communicate ourselves with computers. Initially, our communication with computers was like cooking recipes, right? So we give very detailed instructions to the computer. One, you do this. Two, you do this. Three, you do this, etc., etc., in order to perform a particular task, project, whatever. This is the way we initially use to communicate with computers. But at one point, some scientists starting to try a different way to communicate with computers. And instead of saying, hey, you know what? In order to cook, I don't know, a turkey for Thanksgiving Day, you need to follow this cooking recipe: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They started using a different approach, which using this analogy, we can say instead of giving the cooking recipe to the computer, they gave the computer an image of the turkey for Thanksgiving, and then expect the computer to came out with the way to prepare that kind of turkey. It wasn't exactly like this. It was about a large volume of numbers. So let me explain this with another example. Let's say I am able to show my computer the data of my house in New York. Let's say I live in New York. I have a house there, and I am able to show my computer how my house is, how many rooms, where in the city is my house, how many square meters it has, how many bathrooms, etc., etc., etc. Right? And finally, I give the computer the price I paid for my house. Let's say I paid $3 million, right? So I say, this house with these features, located in this particular area of New York, cost $3 million. Okay. So with this information, a computer is not going to be able to do a lot, right? But if instead of showing just the data of my house, I saw the data of 10,000 houses in New York, the computer is going to start learning. Okay. So a house with more than two rooms is more expensive than a house with less than two rooms, and a house in this area is more expensive, etc. And the higher the number of examples I expose to my computer, the more intelligent is going to be the computer about this particular subject, right? So at one point, I will be able to show a New York house to my computer, and my computer is going to be able to say, okay, this computer has four bedrooms, is in this particular area of the city, has two bathrooms, a new kitchen, whatever. So I estimate that the price is going to be between 2.5 million and $3.5 million. And that prediction is going to be very accurate. In fact, for many years, some web applications have been using these techniques of machine learning. So, real estate web applications have been using these techniques. Online car shops have been using these techniques. Google have been using these techniques. It's called machine learning. Okay, so this initial moment when we start communicating ourselves in a different manner with our computers. Instead of telling my computer what I want it to do, step one, step two, step three, step four, the only thing I tell my computer is, this is the result I want you to achieve. I'm going to give you some examples of these results and how to get to these results, and then you figure it out. Okay? So during many years, machine learning was just an experiment. It was just in the fields of universities mostly. In some cases, some companies were using it, but no, it was just a thing of crazy scientists, right? But in the 1990s, with the explosion of the internet, suddenly machine learning scientists start having not thousands of data, they start having thousands of millions of data. So imagine what you can do with your computer if you, instead of showing the computer 10,000, the data of 10,000 data, you can show your computer the data of 10,000 million houses data, right? It's like, wow, now my computer is going to be super precise because the amount of data it is using for training is much more larger, right? So we started a different phase called the big data phase because with the explosion in the use of internet, with the explosion in the internet users and internet activities, suddenly the machine learning scientists were able to capture so much data that suddenly the machine learning applications they started being more and more and more accurate in their predictions, right? So they were using these machine learning applications mostly to make what they call predictive analysis, something like what I have explained to you with the real estate examples, and also predictive techniques using images, right? So, for example, if I am working in a medical field and I am working, for example, with these machines that take images of sick people, right? I don't know, X-rays, for example, or whatever, right? So if I teach my computer the X-ray of a sick person, let's say I don't know, I am focused on the lungs, for example, right? And I show my computer 1,000 images of a person with a problem in the lungs, right? And 1,000 or 100,000 images of healthy people with healthy lungs, right? So my computer is going to start applying this machine learning paradigm in order to understand when an X-ray may have a sick lung or not, right? And imagine if instead of showing 1,000 images, I am able to show 2 million images, right? So with the phase of the big data, machine learning scientists started being a little bit more happy about the results, and they weren't hiding anymore, right? They were, yeah, I work in, machine learning. Yeah, this is what I do. So now they were more proud of their results, right? And suddenly, uh, with this explosion of data, the machine learning applications were more and more difficult to run because you imagine if you are using a computer and your computer is processing, I don't know, 100,000 house data, right? It's going to take time, but imagine if instead of 1,000 or 100,000 data, now you have 100,000 million data of houses. Your computer is going to take much more time and much more money, and probably you are going to need many different computers to work together, etc. Right? So this higher level of complexity require a different approach, a different technical approach, and a different hardware approach. And we were lucky enough to have both things. The technical approach came with what is called neural network. So neural network is a sophisticated way of apply the machine learning paradigm when you are working with a computer. So let's say in a simple manner that neural networks are like a faster way of doing machine learning, right? And at the same time, in the hardware side, we got GPUs. GPUs were also a very lucky invention because they were used in the video games consoles, right? So Nintendo, and all these different machines kids were using for the video games, the PlayStation, etc., etc. They were using a special kind of chip, computer chip, in order to process images in a very fast way. And uh, experimenting with these GPUs, the machine learning scientists discover that they work very, very good with machine learning applications, with numbers instead of images, right? Because at the end, images were numbers. Okay. So suddenly, with these two new inventions, neural networks and GPUs, these kind of special chips apply to machine learning, we were able to build a super powerful new kind of machine learning applications. Faster, more accurate, amazing, right? So the machine learning scientists were proud enough to use a different name. Now they were starting to use the new name deep learning. And deep learning meant machine learning with big data, right? And everything was going better and better and better. And the machine learning engineers started calling themselves deep learning engineers and big data analysts, etc., etc. This was booming. But suddenly, a few years ago, it came the biggest invention ever in the field of artificial intelligence with the name of transformers. And the very big difference of transformers is that instead of being able to do predictive analysis, suddenly these new kind of applications were able to start generating new things, generating new texts, generating new images, generating new videos, etc. And suddenly, instead of talking about artificial intelligence, The scientists were so proud of this new invention that they started using the term generative artificial intelligence because for the first time in history, artificial intelligence was able to create new things. Okay? So this was all, hidden to the rest of the world. It was just inside of the universities, etc. But suddenly, at the end of 2022, a small company in San Francisco called OpenAI was able to build a little window to show the world what the new transformers were able to do. And they were using what is called an LLM model, which is based in the transformers, to the world. They were able to show this LLM model to the world. They created a small window between the LLM model and the world, and they call this small window ChatGPT. So we are going to refer to ChatGPT in many occasions as ChatGPT is like the LLM model of OpenAI. It's not exactly like that. ChatGPT is just the window, and the LLM model of OpenAI is named GPT. So it's GPT 3.5 or GPT 3.4, GPT 4 or GPT 4.0, etc. Right? But I think it's going to be easier for us if we use ChatGPT to refer ourselves to refer to the OpenAI models. Okay, so suddenly AI was super cool again. And suddenly all these machine learning engineers, they say, no, I work in artificial intelligence. And more than that, I work in generative artificial intelligence. Even when the new generative AI discipline is very different from the traditional old artificial intelligence discipline. This is super important. And for those of you that have experience in machine learning or deep learning or big data, I have to tell you, uh, there is a big difference between these two worlds. And it's very important for you to take this kind of programs, this kind of bootcamps to understand that. Because the traditional artificial intelligence engineer and the new generative AI engineer are two very different roles. We do very different things. And I'm telling you this after studying machine learning, deep learning, big data, and then generative AI. And after building generative AI application, the process is totally different. So it's very important for you to understand. And it's also very important if you come from the world of software development to understand that building generative AI applications is very different to building traditional software applications. And if you come from a non-experienced field, you don't have experience with software development or a traditional artificial intelligence or machine learning, you are very lucky because now is the moment to enter in this new field. And with a bootcamp like this one, everybody, no matter your experience or your education, everybody can learn generative AI and everybody can become a generative AI engineer. You will see how in this bootcamp. So now we are in a total different era, total different moment, which we call the era of generative AI universalization. And what do we mean with this? What we mean is that after the launch of ChatGPT, after showing all these new generative AI models to the world, right now we have learned that we can apply generative AI for everything. For everything. And this is one of the biggest differences between the traditional AI, what is called the machine learning, and the new generative AI. So machine learning projects were applied to very particular fields. So you have all these fields associated with big data, all these fields associated with images, etc., etc. But suddenly we enter in a total new era. It's like, do you remember the explosion of the internet? When suddenly this very weird tool that we're using, just the university professors among themselves, suddenly that was used for everybody, every kind of business, every kind of organization, every kind of situation, entertainment, work, commerce, applications, whatever. We are reaching this new era with generative AI as well. You are going to see that during this bootcamp. So, and in this new era, at the core of this new revolution, you have what we call LLM applications. So, LLM applications are the brain of the generative AI revolution. And by themselves or in combination with other tools, they can do absolutely everything. And we are talking about everything. We are talking about everything in the world of text and communication, but we are also talking about multimodality agents, artificial intelligence agents, multi-agent applications with groups of agents working together, uh, uh, generative artificial intelligence with machines, so with robots and different tools, etc., 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 etc. And at the core of that is LLM app development, what you are going to learn in this bootcamp. Okay, so just stay with this thought. Just as all human activities originate from thoughts, LLM applications have the potential to become the origin of every generative AI activity. Okay? So, very quickly in this lesson, we saw the evolution of AI, the new era of the universalization of AI, and how LLM applications are at the core of this revolution. In the next lesson, we are going to talk a little bit more about ChatGPT, and we will respond the question, is ChatGPT an LLM application or not? And we will see the differences between ChatGPT and LLM applications. You will see that when we say ChatGPT, we are, of course, referring to the LLM model, which is behind ChatGPT, which is called GPT 3.5 or GPT 4 or GPT 4.0, etc. We are going to talk a little bit more about that in the next lesson. So in this lesson, we are going to respond to the question, is ChatGPT an LLM application? Or what is the difference between ChatGPT and LLM applications? And what are foundational models? And how can we say that LLM applications exist because these foundational models like ChatGPT have some very important limitations. So, LLM applications are there because they are going to solve the limitations of the foundational models like ChatGPT. Let's see what we mean about this. So, when we talk about ChatGPT, remember in the previous lesson, we told you, hey, do you remember we were talking about the evolution of the traditional artificial intelligence? At one point in time, we had the transformers invention. The transformers are really the origin of generative AI, artificial intelligence that is able to build new things, like new text, like new images, new videos, etc. And we told you one little company in San Francisco called OpenAI was able to build a little window to show the world what these new transformers can do. These new transformers are right now what we call the LLM models, or LLM models are based in transformers, right? So the LLM model they were using, this OpenAI company, was GPT-3. They were able to improve the GPT-3 model and call a private model they built GPT 3.5. So this GPT 3.5 LLM model was using a window to be shown to the world. And this window, this web application, is what we know as ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is like a web application that is allowing us to use the LLM model that the OpenAI team has built. Okay, so from a very technical point of view, yes, ChatGPT is the web application, and GPT or GPT 3.5 or GPT-4, GPT-4o, etc., these are the LLM models. But in this bootcamp, when we want to talk about the OpenAI models, we are going to use in many occasions the word ChatGPT because we think it's a very easy way to make us understand. And when we say, yeah, this is ChatGPT, everybody understands, okay, we are talking about the models of OpenAI. Everybody knows ChatGPT. If we go deeper and more technical and we start using GPT 3.5, GPT-4 and all these things, probably you are going to be more confused, or most of you. So we are going to say ChatGPT when we want to refer to the LLM models of OpenAI. Okay? And as it happens, ChatGPT is probably the most important invention, of the whole human history. I am not saying this. This is Elon Musk talking. This is many other very prominent people like the CEO at Facebook or Microsoft talking. They are saying this is the biggest invention in the history of humanity. Okay? And when I say ChatGPT, I mean generative AI. But the interesting thing for us is that as amazing they are, they have important limitations. And LLM applications are being built precisely because of that. So, as we say here, ChatGPT is not as omnipotent as it seems. So, okay, so you have seen that we are talking about foundational models, and we are saying that ChatGPT is like a foundational models, and we are talking about LLM applications. So let's explain this a little bit better. And I'm going to make an analogy that can help you understand the difference between ChatGPT and LLM applications, or foundational models and LLM applications. So when I say foundational models, I am referring to the LLM models that OpenAI has built, the LLM models like open source community has built, like Llama 3, Mistral, Falcon, etc., and others in the field. We have right now a lot of foundational models. Some of them are super good. They perform high quality results, like the ones with OpenAI. Some of them are getting there. Llama 3 is very good, Mistral is very good. They are starting to be good. Right now, OpenAI is far from the others. So when we are working in this bootcamp with different projects, we are going to use the OpenAI models. Why? Because they are, for our kind of projects, for a developer that is building a prototype, a demo, etc., they are very cheap to use. You are not going to spend a lot of money. So it's very affordable. Don't worry. We are talking about less than $5 total, or less than $10 total maximum for the whole project, for the whole bootcamp, right? So it's not going to be, if you are careful, if you do things right, if you control the spending, you are making, and we are going to provide tools for you to do that, you are not going to spend money using OpenAI with the projects in the bootcamp. So right now, OpenAI is by far the best in the market. Then you have the others that are get in there, and you will see in the bootcamp how to work with different alternatives, okay? OpenAI and the others. But let's talk about foundational models and LLM applications. And we are going to say that ChatGPT is a foundational model. And yes, we know that very technical students will tell us, no, ChatGPT is not exactly a foundational model. The foundational model is the LLM model that OpenAI built. ChatGPT is just the web application. Yes, of course, but just to understand each other, with everybody, let's call ChatGPT the foundational model of OpenAI, okay? So everybody can understand it. So what is the main difference between foundational models and LLM applications? We can use this analogy. Foundational models are like gasoline, and LLM applications are like the machines and the vehicles that are using gasoline, okay? Or you can use, instead of gasoline, the analogy of electricity. Okay? So foundational models like ChatGPT, the LLM models of OpenAI, Llama 3, Mistral, Falcon, etc., they are like the electricity that we can use in the machines we build. And these machines we build are what we call LLM applications. Okay? And you may say, but why do we need LLM applications if we have these super amazing new inventions? Because these new inventions are limited. For example, they have a limited memory. And with LLM applications, we can increase this memory. And even now, when we are finding what is called big context foundational models with big memories, we have learned that even with these big context windows, LLM applications work better with different techniques. So even when the context window, what is called the memory of the foundational models, is changing and is evolving, LLM applications have better way to handle memory and to handle computational power and cost than the traditional foundational models, right? So one limitation is memory. The other limitation is the data they can use. If you ask ChatGPT questions about your company, your user manual, your product manual, your human resources manual, the finance of your company, whatever, your personal tastes, etc., ChatGPT is not able to respond to these questions because ChatGPT and the rest of the foundational models, they have been trained with all the public data on the internet, but they don't have your data. They don't have your company data. And when some people started experimenting and they were sharing private data with ChatGPT, well, it didn't end up very, very well for them, right? So at the beginning of ChatGPT, we were seeing one news headline after another talking about privacy breach and how one competitor has found the confidential information of another company in ChatGPT, etc., etc. Right? So this was scary for companies, especially for big companies, especially, and nobody wanted to share their private data with ChatGPT or any other foundational model. And here, LLM applications can also help. Another field where ChatGPT and foundational models are limited in their ability to work together in combination with external tools or external applications, like your email system, or like spreadsheets, or like your sales database, or like your whatever, every kind of application, and the world is full of software as a service applications and tools. And ChatGPT and the rest of the foundational models are not very well prepared to integrate or connect with so many tools. And LLM applications can. Another thing that foundational models can do is work well with other foundational models. Uh, each of these foundational models, OpenAI, Llama, Mistral, etc., they have their own language, what we call their own API, right? The way to work with them. So it's a little bit scary if you want to become a generative AI engineer and you want to work with these foundational models, and if you look at them and say, wow, so I need to learn the language of ChatGPT, and I need to learn the language of Llama, and I need to learn the language of Mistral, Cohere, Hugging Face. Wow, this is crazy, right? But you know what? With LLM applications, you have what we call universal languages or orchestration frameworks. So this is just one language that is going to make you able to talk with many different foundational models, even with some of them at the same time. So you can use different foundational models in the same application. You can use ChatGPT or OpenAI in one section of your application, and then use Llama 3 for other areas or Mistral for other areas. Okay? So as you can see, foundational models like the LLM models of OpenAI, Llama, Mistral, Falcon, etc., are the biggest invention ever. But in practical terms, they have important limitations. And here is where LLM applications are super useful and super valuable. So remember, foundational models are the gasoline or the electricity of the LLM applications. They can do foundational models many things. And if you have been using, as I recommend you, if you have been using ChatGPT 4 on a daily basis, you will be amazed of the amount of things they can do. But they have also a large number of limitations. And here is where LLM applications provide a lot of value. Okay, so in this lesson, we saw the difference between a foundational model and an LLM application. And yeah, remember, when we say ChatGPT, we are referring to the OpenAI foundational model. Yeah, we know ChatGPT is just the web application, but everybody understands us when we use this name. Then we have been talking about the concept of foundational models, and we have share with you the big secret that is going to make you rich and famous, which is that LLM applications solve the limitations of the foundational models. And this is what you are going to learn in this bootcamp, how to build LLM applications and how to become what we call a generative AI engineer. Okay? In the next lesson, two very important resources. These two ebooks you can download for free in the next lesson. This one is a super comprehensive description of the new artificial intelligence, and we are explaining here the evolution from the traditional artificial intelligence to the new generative AI, and we are studying the impact of this new revolution in business, employment, training, and startups. Super interesting book. I think it's like 300 pages, and it's free for you just for being a student of this bootcamp. And this second book is also free for you, and this is super interesting. This presents 100 generative AI startups that have already raised at least $500,000, and that you too can also launch today. And you will see that many of the startups that are included in this book can be built with the knowledge, with the techniques you are going to learn in this project. And you are going to learn techniques and ways to build applications that are far more modern than the startups portray here. Okay, so super interesting for you to download and take a look at these two books. This is like 300 pages and this is like 200 pages, but I'm telling you they are super, super valuable for you. So please take a look at them. It is very important that you leave a review and you share your experience with the program. We are now close to 47,000 students all around the world. And when we look at the internal Udemy statistics, we see that we have in total 5,506 reviews. From these total reviews, 91% of them are 4 or 5 stars, and the majority of them are 5 stars. We have also around 2% of our reviews being negative or showing dissatisfaction. What have we learned from this data? We know that more than 90% of our students are extremely happy with the value they get from our program. And we think that this makes sense because if you review the contents and the resources provided by the program, you will see that no other program offers so much for so little. No other program is updated so frequently or responds to questions from the students so fast as we do. And this is not because we are special or because we are better than others. This is just because we work very hard. And we work very hard because we believe in what we do. You will see every month in your email an email from us reporting the updates we have included in the program on the last month. And if you don't have this option enabled in Udemy, you can see these monthly reports in the announcements section of the Udemy dashboard. So this is usually below the video screen. You can see several tabs. One of these tabs is called announcements. And in this tab, you can see a copy of the emails we send every month with the monthly updates of the program. So we have this level of quality because we work very hard, and we work very hard because we believe in what we do. And as I was telling you before, we started this program years ago with the main mission, with the main goal to democratize the access to generative AI. Why? Because from the very beginning, we understood that generative AI was going to be a huge danger or a huge opportunity for many people. And we wanted to democratize the access to this opportunity, regardless the students' economic conditions, educational level, or geographic location. Right now, we are reaching around 50,000 students all over the world in more than 155 countries. But we are not satisfied with that. We want to reach thousands, hundreds of thousands and millions of people with this opportunity because we think we can help a lot of people to get the benefits of generative AI education. Some of our students, they show dissatisfaction. For us, this is frustrating because we really work very hard so that everybody can be happy with the contents. But in this case, what we see is that the majority of these dissatisfied students, they do not know the contents of the program. They have completed less than 1% of the program. And usually they complain about inadequate learning paths or inadequate learning rhythm. They say, okay, this content is not for me, it's too easy for me, or the rhythm of the program is too slow for me, I want to progress faster. And they complain about that because they do not follow our recommendations. If you go to lesson 3, you will see that we recommend different learning paths and different learning rhythms depending on the level of experience of the student when they start the program. If you are a beginner, just continue with the learning path and the learning rhythm as usual. But if you have a certain degree of experience or of the problems with time availability, etc., you can change the learning path and the learning rhythm. And there we, in the lesson 3, we give you very good recommendations about that. So please take a look at that in order to get the maximum of the program. So it is very important that you make your voice heard. It's very important that you leave a review and share your experience, because this is going to help other students, and this is also going to determine the future of the program. So this is pure logic. When a program has a lot of reviews of satisfied students, of course this program is alive, this program can be updated, this program can be supported, the questions of the students can be responded, etc. But if a program doesn't have reviews or doesn't have good reviews, it's going to disappear. The life of that program is going to be short, and the resources applied to that program are going to be short. So it is very important for you to leave your review, to share your experience with the program, because this is going to help other students and this is going to determine the future of the program. So thank you very much for adding your review. This is an important advice or an important reminder for what we call our stressed students. So some of you are very busy, you don't have time, you need a practical solution right now. This is what you want from this program. And in some cases, you skip the lesson 3, or at least the final part of lesson 3, where we recommended different learning paths and different learning rhythms. The first thing we want to tell you is we understand you very well. We have been there. Remember, myself, I was working in Silicon Valley for 10 years. Silicon Valley is probably the most competitive and stressful environment you can find. So I totally understand where you are. Sometimes the stressed student, because they skip the lesson 3, they try to follow the path of the beginner student. And then it is very probable that the stressed student, if he tries to follow the path of the beginner student, he's going to be frustrated, angry, and he will probably throw the towel soon. He will probably leave the program early. Okay, and this is going to be very, very bad for you. Trust me, you are going to miss very valuable things if you abandon the program before reaching what you are looking for. So what we recommend you, if you are in this position, you don't have time, you want answers immediately, what we recommend you is, okay, forget about the theory parts. Forget about the parts of the program where we are giving advice or giving recommendations to the beginner students, and go directly to the practical parts that interest you, okay? So what is your main interest? This kind of application, go there and try to learn and implement it, okay? So when you do that, it is very probable that if you are interested, if you have more questions, if you have doubts, if you are curious about learning more, it will be good for you to go back to the theory part, or at least the theory part or the beginner part that is associated with the practical part you are interested in. Okay? So, this is our initial recommendation, but we also want to tell you that lots of stressed students like you have written reviews explaining why following the beginner path was a very valuable thing for them, despite their initial reaction and recommending, and they are right now recommending it. Okay, so many of the students we have that are vice president of technology, CTOs, managers of engineers, software engineers with 20 years of experience, etc., most of them, they have completed the whole program. And they have written reviews saying that it was very useful for them and very valuable for them to do that, even when at the beginning they didn't think so. They thought it was too long, it was too slow, it was not necessary for them, etc. So in many cases, they started with one very particular practical part, and then they realize, okay, this is going to be very interesting and very valuable for my career, so I'm going to get deeper and deeper into the program. Okay, so our recommendation for you: initially start going directly to the point, go to the practical solution you are looking for, and if interested, if curious, if you think it's going to be valuable for you, then go back to the theory or the beginner path to keep learning. Okay. Note about the introductory part. Please remember what we said in lecture 3. It is very important that you decide the best learning path and the best learning rhythm according to your profile and goals. The initial blocks and sections of these programs are introductory and conceptual. If you have a very technical profile, or if you have a very advanced profile, or if you don't want to get into theory, conceptual introductions, understanding the generative AI environment, opportunities, etc., you will have to go to the more advanced lessons at the end of the program, where you are going to find plenty of projects, code, practical exercises. Because if you are in a very technical profile and you are looking for exercises and you go on with this introductory section, you may get disappointed, or you may get bored, or you may get frustrated. So please remember what we said in lecture 3 and decide the best learning path and the best learning rhythm according to your profile and goals. Our recommendation: if you doubt about it, go on with the introduction. If you have a business profile, or even if you have a technical profile, or even if you are a beginner, go on with the introduction, because you are going to learn a lot of things about generative AI and its potential and the impact it has in business, in employment, in society, in startups, etc. It's a super interesting section, but remember, this is an introductory and conceptual section. So if you are eager to find practical projects, coding, etc., you will have to go to the more advanced sections. Okay, so as you know, we have been working with more than 40,000 students now. And at this point of the program, I wanted to give you some special advice, because we have seen that in this particular point of the program, some students, a small group of students, make one or two mistakes. And we just want to tell you that it will be much better for you if you don't make these two mistakes. Okay? So, if you are tempted to do any of these two mistakes, just read the following reviews from other students that once made these two mistakes. Okay, so we are going to include in the next lesson a number of reviews and comments from students that, when they arrived to this point, they were very close to abandon the program and very close to rate the program in a very negative way. Why is that? Because you arrive to this block, and this block is theory, okay? It's conceptual, it's strategic knowledge. And even when we told you at the beginning of the program, the theory may be not for you, you may want to skip the theory and go to practice. Well, many of the students of the students that are looking for practical contents, they just ignore that advice and they go through the theory block. And when they are there after a number of lessons, they are annoyed. They are angry because they are looking for practical projects, right? So the first advice I want to give you is do not leave the program now. If you decide to continue with the following theory lessons and you don't like them, do not leave the program because you are going to find an enormous value in the practical projects. Okay, so just read the reviews for other students that were in your exact position, that had this temptation, and they decided to continue with the program, and they are telling you, man, thank God I didn't quit at that time because the value I have found in the following chapters and projects has been enormous, has changed my career, etc. Okay, so if you do not appreciate the following theoretical lessons, just skip them. Okay, go back to the lecture 3 and jump into the practical sections you are interested in. Okay, remember that in lecture 3 we tell you about the learning routes and the learning rhythms. Okay, the learning paths and the learning rhythms, so you can find exactly what you are looking for and the rhythm you are happy with. Okay, so do not leave now. Second mistake you need to avoid: do not rate now the program. Okay, because if you rate the program in this particular moment, if you are not looking for a theory, for a theoretical block, and you are in the middle of the theoretical block, and you just write a review saying, "Oh, this is all theory. I am not finding the practical projects, etc." Well, you are going to harm other students because a negative review is going to decrease the visibility of the program. So this program is going to be hidden for other students that can benefit from it. So that is going to be super bad for them. So if you do not appreciate the following theoretical lessons, just do not rate the program yet, go back to the lecture 3 and jump into the practical sections you are interested in. And why do we tell you? Because we have seen many other students like you. And as you will see in the following reviews, many other people felt the same way you are feeling, but they decided to continue. They saw all the huge value this program provides, and their review was excellent, as you will see, but they were in your shoes. Okay, so please remember that our main goal is your success. So your success story, your the change in your life for the better is our best reward. Okay, we want you to succeed as well, and this is why we are telling you this advice, because we want you to succeed, and we are 100% sure, because we have seen 40,000 students before. We are totally sure that if you continue with the program, you are going to get a lot of value. Okay, so please trust in our system and go for it. In this blog, we are going to talk about what is artificial intelligence, why it's so popular now, and what are the changes introduced by artificial intelligence. You will have detailed information about this in the attached materials. In this lesson, we are going to talk briefly about classic programming versus artificial intelligence, the phases of the science of artificial intelligence in the last years, the phases of artificial intelligence applications, old artificial intelligence versus new artificial intelligence. And finally, we will talk about how important is the new artificial intelligence right now. Since the launch of ChatGPT, not a single day has passed without artificial intelligence being on the front pages of all media outlets. We read in the media, like the Wall Street Journal, about the $900,000 salaries of new artificial intelligence engineers, the terrifying reports from Goldman Sachs about the impact of artificial intelligence on employment, or about the overwhelming reservations for the first International Artificial Intelligence Engineers Congress in San Francisco. But what is artificial intelligence? If it has been around for so long, why is it interesting now? And beyond headlines, what is its real significance? It is important to understand that at the end of the day, artificial intelligence is a new way of programming. Classic programming is, in a sense, like a cooking recipe. If we want to prepare whatever, a paella, for example, we just have to follow a number of steps. Step 1, step 2, step 3. That is more or less classic programming. Artificial intelligence is a new way of programming. Instead of giving the computer different steps in order to achieve one result, we give the computer the result and ask for the process in order to get the result. So we give the computer the paella and we ask, okay, now prepare another paella yourself. We have seen a number of phases in the artificial intelligence evolution during the last 50 years. Believe it or not, artificial intelligence is very old. It started with what we call now machine learning, which is this different way of programming computers. Instead of step by step, we provide the result and then ask the computer to find the process to get that result. That methodology was invented many years ago, but it was 30 years ago with the internet explosion that suddenly machine learning engineers had millions and millions of data to work with. So we started talking about big data, data science, and machine learning started being more and more accurate, more precise, because the more data you have, the more precise is going to be your prediction. And with the new inventions like neural networks and the GPUs, for example, we started to have a different kind of machine learning with much more data and much more computational power. And instead of calling it machine learning, we started calling it deep learning. And it started to prove really powerful. And we started doing interesting things with images, with numbers, etc. It was just a few years ago when all this promising situation changed in a really important way. It was with the invention of the transformers. Transformers is a methodology that started the generative artificial intelligence movement. Suddenly, artificial intelligence was a new thing. We will talk about it very soon. And with the new transformers, we immediately started seeing things like GitHub Copilot, ChatGPT, Midjourney, etc. And at this stage, we are able to start talking about the new stage of the artificial intelligence movement that we ourselves call the new stage of the artificial intelligence universalization, because artificial intelligence is going to be everywhere. So let's talk a little bit about the stages in the development of artificial intelligence applications. Before transformers, before generative artificial intelligence, building AI applications in a company require skills from machine learning engineers, software engineers, product managers, and until now, all these skills were learned in separate programs for different professionals. So if you wanted to create an artificial intelligence application, you needed a team of different professionals. Now, integrated programs, like the one you are studying, are emerging to train the new artificial intelligence engineers. So we are going to talk about this huge change. Before, in the old artificial intelligence stage, we needed different professionals to build one application. Today, we have integrated programs that are going to give you the skills in order to build an artificial intelligence application by yourself as an AI engineer. Artificial intelligence applications can be of various types: images, video, audio, numbers. But the universalization of the artificial intelligence comes mainly from what we call LLM applications, which will soon evolve to become the new multimodal applications. So in this course, you are going to learn about artificial intelligence. You are going to learn about artificial intelligence application development, and in particular, the development of the most important kind of artificial intelligence applications, which are the LLM applications. We will talk more about this later. So, as you are seeing, there is a very important transition between the old artificial intelligence and the new artificial intelligence. And this has been very recent. We are going to talk about this in the next lessons. But right now, a couple of notes. First of all, the old artificial intelligence provided descriptive results. The new artificial intelligence, the generative artificial intelligence, is providing creative results. So the old AI, for example, is labeling an image as cat or not cat. So it is going to provide descriptive results based on interpreting or categorizing existing information. This is the most typical artificial intelligence application. You give the computer different photos, different images, and the computer can predict if the picture is about a cat or is not about a cat. So it's a descriptive application. But in the new artificial intelligence, the computers are capable of producing new and original information, like writing a paragraph about cats or generating a new image of a cat. So we are crossing a very, very new bridge here. And in terms of the typical applications we have in old AI versus new AI, we have a very different kinds of applications now. The traditional artificial intelligence applications were about recommendation systems, predictive analysis, image classification, etc. The new artificial intelligence applications are advanced chatbots, virtual assistants, content generation like text, images, music, simulators, etc. So we are talking about a very different methodology and a very different kind of applications. What is the importance of artificial intelligence? What is the significance of the new artificial intelligence right now? There is a wide consensus among every business leader, about every international consulting firm, about every university professor, that the new artificial intelligence is the greatest opportunity to create value in our time. I repeat, excuse me, there is a consensus, a huge consensus in the business, in the consulting firms, in the universities, that the new artificial intelligence, what we call generative AI, is the greatest opportunity to create value in our time. And at the same time, it is the biggest threat to many companies and jobs. Therefore, you are living in a very exciting times. And you are right now in the forefront of these exciting times. You are making a very interesting move for your future. Remember what top business leaders say about generative AI. Elon Musk, generative AI is the most powerful tool ever created. It has the potential to unleash a new era of human innovation. Mark Zuckerberg, founder of Facebook, generative AI is key to solving some of the world's biggest problems, like climate change, poverty, and disease. Bill Gates, founder of Microsoft, the new generative AI has the potential to change the world in ways we can't even imagine. It has the power to create new ideas, products, and services that will make our lives easier, more productive, and more creative. In this lesson, we have seen very briefly what you are going to see in more detail in the attached materials. We saw the difference between classic programming and artificial intelligence, the different phases that the science of artificial intelligence has been overcoming, the different phases to develop artificial intelligence applications, the difference between old artificial intelligence and new artificial intelligence, and how important is the new artificial intelligence. In the next lessons, we are going to start seeing the changes that artificial intelligence is introducing in different areas: jobs, businesses, startups, society. We will see that everywhere you look, artificial intelligence is introducing opportunities and threats at the same time. So it is very interesting to be in your position right now. You are going to understand what is happening, what will happen, and you will be in the best position to take advantage of this new revolution. In this lesson, we are going to talk about the changes that artificial intelligence is introducing in different areas. We will talk a little bit about the accuracy of the reports, and we will see a summary of changes in 4 essential areas: jobs, businesses, startups, and society. The world's leading consulting firms have analyzed the impact of artificial intelligence. The impact of artificial intelligence on employment, businesses, startups, society, and more. These forecasts are not an exact science, but it seems reasonable to consider them to prepare for what's coming. Next, we will see a brief summary of the changes by areas. In the following sections, we will do a more detailed analysis of each of them. Let's talk briefly about the changes that artificial intelligence is introducing around jobs, employment. Mainly, artificial intelligence is going to change the way we work. Just like what happened with the internet or mobile phones, using AI will improve employee productivity. We will be able to do more things in less time. Artificial intelligence will not have a significant impact on 30% of jobs. Like the internet, artificial intelligence will eliminate some jobs. Initially, this figure will be less than 10%, but some experts like Elon Musk or the CTO of OpenAI estimate that artificial intelligence could eventually make almost all jobs unnecessary. So artificial intelligence is going to change the way we work. It will replace some jobs, it will change most, and it will create some new jobs. This is very interesting for you as a professional, but also for you as an entrepreneur. We will talk about this later. Let's see now a brief summary of the changes that artificial intelligence is going to introduce in the business area. Like the internet or mobile phones, companies now will adopt artificial intelligence as a work tool in multiple areas. Adopting artificial intelligence will become a competitive weapon that can alter a company's position in its sector. Companies that adopt artificial intelligence more quickly and intelligently can outperform those that resist change. Remember, some companies will disappear as a result of artificial intelligence. So, if you remember 30 years ago, with the internet revolution, the business world changed a lot. Same thing with the jobs market and with the startups field. Within artificial intelligence is going to happen something similar, but even bigger. First of all, businesses are going to adopt artificial intelligence as a tool. So imagine the size of the market opportunity you have in front of you if every company you know is going to adopt artificial intelligence. Imagine the number of companies you are going to be able to help. Artificial intelligence is a competitive weapon that will change the status quo among competitors. Companies that are fast to adopt artificial intelligence is going to advance much more quickly than the ones resisting changes. This happened before with the internet, with the mobile revolution. This is going to happen again. This is going to open a lot of opportunities and also a lot of threats for companies. In the startup world, the new artificial intelligence will create as many or even more startups as the internet and mobile technology did. Business angels and venture capital investors in the most innovative areas of the world are already confirming this perception. It is still very early for artificial intelligence startups. The technology is still very young and in some respects expensive and unstable. So we are going to talk a lot about artificial intelligence startups in this program, but you are going to see that we are just at the beginning of this new trend. So in the next 10 years, there is going to be an explosion of AI startups, and you are now in a very good position to take advantage of this huge trend. In the society as a whole, as happened with the internet and mobile technologies, the new artificial intelligence will change the way we live, inform ourselves, learn, communicate, shop, spend our leisure time, etc. As happened with the internet and mobile technologies, the new artificial intelligence will become a tool of mass use. And as happened with the internet and mobile technologies, the new artificial intelligence will bring new ethical and legal problems. So remember what happened with the internet. It changed the way we lived. We inform ourselves, we learned, we communicate, we shop, and we spend our leisure time. Same thing is going to happen with artificial intelligence. The number of areas it is going to impact is almost unlimited. So for all the professionals that are ready, that are prepared to make this change happen, the number of opportunities ahead are really infinite. In this lesson, we have seen a summary of the changes that artificial intelligence is introducing in 4 essential areas: jobs, businesses, startups, and society. We have talked about the accuracy of the reports, and you have to see predictions as what they are, just predictions. The important thing for us is the huge consensus among all these predictions and the trends that they are signaling. In the next lesson, we are going to see in depth the changes in jobs that artificial intelligence is bringing. In this block, we are going to talk about jobs that will benefit the most from artificial intelligence, jobs most affected by artificial intelligence, jobs least affected by artificial intelligence, new professions created by artificial intelligence, and especially we will talk about the new artificial intelligence engineers. Remember that you are going to have detailed information about this topic, especially in the chapter 3 of the book Keys to Artificial Intelligence that you have included in the attached materials. In this lesson, we are going to talk briefly about the jobs that will benefit the most from artificial intelligence. So you are going to see some super professionals. You are going to see that artificial intelligence is going to make some employees much better. 65% of jobs are going to be improved by using artificial intelligence tools. In the book Keys to Artificial Intelligence, you have a detailed list of all these jobs. And here we have highlighted some of them: architecture, engineering, life, physical and social science, business operations, and financial operations. So think, for example, on engineering. Every industrial company has a very important engineering department. Every IT company has a very important engineering department. All of them are going to be very, very impacted by the new artificial intelligence tools. Think about life science companies. Think about business operations in companies. This is sales, marketing, customer support. Think about financial operations. So all these jobs are going to be highly improved by the use of artificial intelligence tools. And you will see that within these professionals, you will start seeing the ones faster to adopt the new artificial intelligence tools growing very, very quickly. And on the same time, you will see the ones more reluctant to apply the new artificial intelligence tools going down in salaries, in opportunities, etc., in the job market. So we are seeing already some professions being reinvented. For example, in the engineering field, the software engineer role has been totally changed during the last year as a result of artificial intelligence. We will talk more about this later. So, as you will see in detail in the book, there are many jobs that will benefit from artificial intelligence. In the next lesson, we are going to see what are the jobs most negatively affected by artificial intelligence. And you will see that right now, the consensus is that most jobs are going to be affected. Most jobs are going to be affected in a positive way, but some jobs are also in risk. And artificial intelligence is going to replace them, or at least replace many of the tasks they are doing right now. So let's talk about that in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to talk about the jobs more negatively affected by artificial intelligence. You will see a more detailed list and description in the chapter 3 of the book Keys to Artificial Intelligence that you have in the attached materials. But in this presentation, we are going to give you a little summary. So the most important thing is that most of these jobs are not going to be eliminated by artificial intelligence, but artificial intelligence will replace most of their tasks. So think about the internet revolution 30 years ago and how it started, the elimination in some cases and the redefinition of many jobs. So you can think about the many industries, professions, and functions that internet has changed totally. Same thing is going to happen with artificial intelligence. So according to most international consulting firms, in the short term, artificial intelligence could replace around 7% of jobs. And among the occupations that will be most affected by artificial intelligence, the following stand out: administrative functions, customer service functions, and legal functions. In the long term, some people like Elon Musk or Ilya Sutskever talk about the possibility that artificial intelligence can replace 100% of jobs. Elon Musk and Ilya Sutskever, the CTO of OpenAI and the most important person in the foundation of OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT, are two of the people that know more, not just about the current moment of the artificial intelligence, but especially about the future, about what is coming. And both of them agree on the idea that artificial intelligence can replace much more than 7% of the jobs. This is just a prediction, but this is a very qualified prediction. So let's think that during the next 30 years, artificial intelligence is going to change the way many jobs are done today. It is important to see that some jobs are least affected by artificial intelligence. And even when they are going to be impacted by artificial intelligence, it seems that the impact is going to be lower and probably is going to take more time than with other jobs. So let's talk about that in the next lesson. In this lesson, we will talk about the jobs least affected by artificial intelligence. As always, you have detailed information about this topic in the attached materials, in this case, especially in the chapter 3 of the book, Keys to Artificial Intelligence. Very interesting this slide. Are the following jobs not impacted at all by artificial intelligence? Probably not. So 30% of jobs are least affected by artificial intelligence. Among the occupations that will be least affected by artificial intelligence, the following stand out: production jobs, construction jobs, extraction, installation, maintenance, repair, and cleaning. You will see that even now, these jobs are being impacted by artificial intelligence, but the level of impact is lower and the speed of impact is also slower than other jobs. So, as with internet and the mobile phone revolution, you will see that artificial intelligence is not going to impact every job with the same intensity and with the same rhythm. And in this case, we see that some jobs are less affected. It is very important to see that 30 years ago, the expectations about artificial intelligence were very different from what they are today. It was very interesting to see that 30 years ago, the artificial intelligence experts predicted that the jobs most affected by artificial intelligence were going to be the ones with more simple and repetitive tasks. But today we are seeing that a lot of high-level and creative jobs are going to be affected very deeply by artificial intelligence as well. So it's very interesting to see that the number of jobs affected by artificial intelligence is much bigger than the initial expectations by the experts. In the next lesson, we are going to talk about the new professions that artificial intelligence is created. So yes, artificial intelligence is going to replace some jobs, but it is also going to create a large number of new professions. This happened before with the internet and also with the mobile phones, but artificial intelligence is going to be especially important in this area. And you, all the students that are in this program, are better positioned than anyone to take advantage of all these new professions we are going to talk about in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to talk briefly about the new professions created by the artificial intelligence. You will see more detailed information about this in the attached materials, especially in the chapter 3 of the book, Keys to Artificial Intelligence. Remember what happened with the internet revolution and how many new professions did it create. Same thing is going to happen with artificial intelligence. In the book, you have a long list of new professions. Here we have grouped some of these new professions in different segments. For example, in the field of artificial intelligence product development, what we can call artificial intelligence engineering, you are going to see a huge number of open positions for AI engineers, for engineers specialized by phases or products, like, for example, LLM app engineers. You are going to see a lot of open positions for AI tech consultants specialized by phases or products as well. So these are the people that are going to build solutions based on artificial intelligence, and the people that is going to advise companies on the areas where they can invest for new products in artificial intelligence. So this is one very big group of very interesting professionals, the artificial intelligence engineers and tech consultants. These are the ones building the new AI products. In the second group, you have the artificial intelligence applications users. So the same way that during the internet revolution, you have the builders and then you have the users. For example, we have some engineers during the internet revolution building the new kind of CRMs, for example. So this is a software application in the cloud that is focused on customers and customer relationships, etc., etc. So you have the builders and then you have the users. In this case, the user of a CRM is every sales guy in a company. But you also had like the CRM manager, CRM system manager itself, like you have the marketing automation manager, etc., etc. So you have the builders, you have the users, and in this case, you are going to see new artificial intelligence applications in data, image, video, language, audio, multimodal, robotics. The number is going to be huge. And then you have the people that are going to help companies to adopt artificial intelligence. Same thing that happened with internet. You remember internet? Internet right now is everywhere. It's in every company, in every organization, in every profession. And to reach this point, we have had a lot of consultants that have helped companies introduce internet in the business. Same thing is going to happen with artificial intelligence. And in this area, you have a huge opportunity yourself. So you can become an artificial intelligence transformation consultant, or artificial intelligence commercial consultant, or artificial intelligence ambassador in your company, or artificial intelligence ambassador in your education center, etc. So in some cases, like the first group, you have people with high technical skills. In the second area, this is more about being knowledgeable about one particular tool, artificial intelligence tool. The third group of people are the people with the skills necessary to communicate the technical innovation to the businesses. So these are the salespeople. These are the commercial consultants, the transformation consultants, the ambassadors. All these, for example, you will see in a next chapter, have a huge number of opportunities working as middleman between companies and tech consultants. For example, in our company, in AI Accelera, we have a company, we have a program about this. So we work with commercial consultants and transformation consultants and ambassadors in companies and in education centers that are communicating our services, our tools, our, the things we do as a technical consulting company to different companies and organizations. Whenever they open a door for us, a business door for us, they are making money with us. So these transformation consultants, commercial consultants, ambassadors, etc., are going to grow exponentially during the next years. And this is something you can start making money immediately, very quickly yourself. And of course, we have a lot of related roles, like what happened with internet. So artificial intelligence, like the internet and like the mobile phones, it is already having an impact on security, law, ethics, education, project management, etc. So you are going to see a lot of new jobs associated with all these related roles. So AI and security, AI and law, AI and ethics, AI and education, AI and project management, etc., etc., etc. So as you see, you have a long number of new professions created by AI. I'm going to just give you an idea of the titles you are going to see. AI director, AI engineer, prompt engineer, machine learning engineer, specialist in natural language processing, chatbot developer, computer vision specialist, data scientist, robotics specialist, AI ethics analyst, AI security specialist, AI instructor or trainer, AI project manager, AI transformation consultant, AI regulation and compliance specialist, etc., etc., etc. Think that with the skills you are gaining by studying this course, you are going to be able to apply for not one, but many of these new professions and see that what you have ahead is not one professional opportunity, is one professional path, one professional career ahead of you, associated with the knowledge and the skills you are going to get from this course around artificial intelligence. In the next lesson, we are going to talk a little bit more about the most interesting new role that we are seeing emerging in the job market, which is the new AI engineers role, the new artificial intelligence engineers in the market. It's going to be very exciting what is going to happen in this particular field. In this lesson, we are going to talk about the evolution of artificial intelligence engineering and also about the training of the new AI engineers. Remember that you will have detailed information about this topic in the attached materials, especially in the chapter 3 of the book Keys to Artificial Intelligence. So remember at this point the internet revolution as well, and see that one central new role, new job that the internet revolution created was what we call the full stack app engineer. So the internet brought a different kind of applications. what we today call full stack applications with the back-end side and the front-end side, etc., etc. And you have different teams working on each of these sides of the full stack apps, but you also have what we call the full stack app engineer, which is a person with the knowledge to understand what is happening in both sides of a full stack application. And this full stack application engineer is the right person to become a CTO. Why? Because you have a global understanding of what is happening in your application. If you are a front-end engineer or a back-end engineer, you know a lot of just one side of the product, but the full stack engineer has a broader view and understanding of what is happening. So what happening at the internet during the internet revolution is happening as well in this artificial intelligence revolution. So what has been happening in the engineering side? Building artificial intelligence applications in a company used to require skills from different professionals. Remember, I told you that years ago, you needed at least three kinds of professionals: the machine learning engineer, the software engineer, and the product manager. And these skills were learned in separate programs for different professionals. But now, integrated programs are emerging to train what we call the new AI engineers. This is one of these programs. So before, we needed a team of different professionals. Now, with just one professional, we can build the AI application. Remember that AI applications can be of various types. We have artificial intelligence applications based on images, videos, audio, numbers, but the universalization of artificial intelligence in the company comes mainly from what we call LLM applications. So artificial intelligence applications based on language, which will soon evolve to become multimodal applications. So we are right now in a very exciting moment around artificial intelligence engineering, because we are seeing the birth of a new kind of engineer that is going to be central, and also the birth of a new kind of application that is going to be central. The LLM application is the most promising kind of application in the artificial intelligence world, and is the best suited to evolve into multimodal applications. So right now, how are the new artificial intelligence engineers trained? Right now, these AI engineers are a kind of hybrid between machine learning engineers, software engineers, and product managers. And you are seeing today the emergence of a new kind of training programs. 99% of the universities still don't have the AI engineer training, the AI engineer education in their curriculum. But companies like our company, AI Accelera, have developed these new integral programs. As you will see in the part 2 of this program is a very different kind of program. And you will see that it includes use cases for LLM applications, basic concepts for LLMs, architecture of LLM applications, basic concepts of RAG and other techniques. We will study orchestration frameworks like LangChain, Llama Index, OpenAI. We will talk about new tools like Langsmith, Langserve, LangChain Expression Language, LangChain templates. We will talk about programming. We will talk about how to understand programming within the LLM app development. We will talk about development environment. We will talk about different levels of applications, from the toy demo to the professional application. We will call this level 1, level 2, and level 3 applications. We will talk about full stack applications. We will talk about speed, cost, LLM ops, etc., etc., etc. So if you look at the detailed curriculum that we have for the part 2 of this program, you will see how the new AI engineers are being trained. So in this lesson, we have been talking a little bit about the evolution of AI engineering and the evolution of the training of the new AI engineers. You will see many more details about that in the book you have in the attached materials. And in the next lesson, we are going to start talking about the changes that artificial intelligence is introducing in the business area. You will see that many of these changes we have been talking about in the employment area, in the jobs area, are going to impact in business as well. So let's see what is going to happen, or what is happening already in the business side. In this lesson, we are going to talk about the difference between the data scientist or the machine learning engineer and the generative AI engineer, the new generative AI engineer, or just AI engineer for short. We are recording this video on July 2024, almost 1 year after we started working in our bootcamp. So I think this is going to be a very interesting update. We are going to talk about our personal journey and some anecdotes regarding this topic. We will remind our position since day one, and we will explain what has been the journey for corporations and recruiters in the job market. We are going to see the differences between traditional AI versus generative AI process today, and we will review the 5 key differences between the data scientist or the machine learning engineer and the new generative AI engineer. So I began my professional journey by studying data science, machine learning, and deep learning. My main interest since the beginning was generative AI applications, but at that time, if you wanted to learn about artificial intelligence, there wasn't anything else than data science, machine learning, and deep learning courses. So afterward, I delved into generative AI engineering and the development of large language model applications. I studied everything that was out there, in most cases, no formal education, no formal programs, but different pieces that together made or started making the generative AI engineering journey. In this journey, in this personal journey, I met a lot of data scientists and machine learning engineers who mistakenly believed they mastered generative AI and who mistakenly thought that they were like entitled to be the next generative AI engineers. And you will see this is not very logic or definitive conclusion, as you will see. In my own journey, I have been, my own journey inspired me to create the first online bootcamp dedicated to generative AI and LLM app development worldwide. And you are seeing right now the top online bootcamp worldwide in this area. Our position since day one regarding this issue, the traditional AI engineers versus the new AI engineers, has always been the same. From the beginning, we have emphasized that generative AI is distinct from traditional AI, which includes data science and machine learning engineer. You have different skills. You have very different mindset, as we will see. And the skills and the mindset required for a generative AI engineer are significantly different from those needed for a data scientist or a machine learning engineer. What we have also learned is that you have many possible ways to become a generative AI engineer. You can start from scratch, and this program is designed for that. You don't have any experience at all in software, in artificial intelligence, in machine learning. You can follow this bootcamp and you will become a generative AI engineer. Second, you have the one of the most popular ways we have seen in this bootcamp is the data scientist or machine learning engineer that wants to become a generative AI engineer. So this bootcamp is like this transition bridge for them. We have also seen a lot of software developers, back-end software developers, front-end software developers, and also full-stack software developers that become generative AI engineers through this bootcamp. So there are many possible ways to become a generative AI engineer. Data scientist was once hailed as the sexiest job of the 21st century. However, in recent years, a new contender has emerged, the AI engineer. Right now, you are studying a bootcamp that is going to put you in the most sexy job position you can imagine for the next 10, 20, 30 years at least. For companies and recruiters, the change has been very important. Initially, there was considerable confusion within corporations and among recruiters. Many of them assumed that generative AI was a domain suitable for data scientists or machine learning engineers. So it was very interesting 1 year ago to see generative AI departments in companies, in big companies. And they assume that this was a responsibility naturally taken by the traditional machine learning engineers or data scientists, and that was wrong. The same thing happened with recruiters. When we started looking at the initial job offers for AI engineers, we saw a lot of extremely confused job descriptions. So they were mixing, the requirements of the traditional artificial intelligence engineer with the generative AI engineer, which are very different. We are going to see that. So this was 1 year ago, 1 year and a half ago. Over time, however, there has been a growing recognition of the unique skills and profiles necessary for generative AI. So now we are seeing a progressive realization from companies and from recruiters of the new reality. We are still, though, in a transition period. So we are still seeing many companies and many recruiters who do not understand the differences between these two profiles. And you will see we have a lot of difference. So let's talk very briefly about the traditional machine learning process or traditional artificial intelligence process or workflow and the new generative AI process. Here you have in the screen a way to summarize these two different processes. In the traditional AI process, you usually start with your repository of data. You then use an analysis framework to gain insights about this data. And then you build an application to transform these insights into actions. Okay? And finally, you implement a feedback loop to apply the lessons learned to your data repository. So this is a continuous cycle. Okay? The generative AI process is very different. We start with what we can call universal data. So our LLM models, our LLM foundation models, they have like all the knowledge in the world. You know, it's not exactly like that, but it's just a simplification. So then we use LLMs to interact with this universal data. And remember, this part of the process is outside your organization. Then you use prompting and tuning with your data repository. You use all the generative AI engineering techniques and all the data management techniques for generative AI. And we, as you know, talk a lot about those in this bootcamp, right? So we are talking about platforms or frameworks like LangChain, LangGraph, Crew AI, Langsmith, etc., etc., etc. We have a lot of tools, and we have our own data that now is playing a role with the LLM and the universal data. Because as you know, these LLMs and this universal data are not your company's data or the data you are interested in, right? So you need to include that in the third step. Next, you build an application to transform insights into action, and then you implement a feedback loop to apply lessons learned to your data repository. These skills are totally different from these skills. We are going to see in the following slides the huge amount of differences we have between these two processes. So if we need to summarize the 5 key areas where data scientist jobs differ from AI engineer jobs, and when I say that data scientist, I'm also referring to machine learning engineer. As you very well know, these are not exact positions. So data scientist is more analytic and machine learning is more predictive. But we, for the sake of this presentation, we are going to put them in the same field, which we can call traditional artificial intelligence. Okay? So these are the 5 key differences we are going to talk about. Traditional artificial intelligence and the new artificial intelligence or generative AI have different type of projects, different type of data used, different models, different workflow, and different roles. And when we are talking about workflow, we are talking about tools, skills, processes, etc. Right? So they are very different. You can say they are two different careers. They are two different job paths. Let's talk a little bit about the type of projects. So a data scientist or a machine learning engineer is essentially what we can call a data storyteller. They handle massive amounts of messy real-world data. They use mathematical models to translate data into insights, and they employ things like descriptive analytics to describe the past, like, for example, what we can call exploratory data analysis, clustering, etc. They also use what is called the predictive analytics to forecast the future. For example, they use regression models for value prediction, for example, to guess the probable price of a house, or if some operation is going to be a failure or a success, etc. Right? They also use classification models for differentiate between different possible outcomes, etc. Right? So the type of projects a data scientist or a machine learning engineer are working on are descriptive analytics and predictive analytics. So they are data storytellers, and they also use some kind of predictive analytics as well. But a generative AI engineer, on the other hand, is more like a system builder. Is what we can call a generative AI system builder or app builder. In my opinion, app is a more clear expression than system, but you are going to see both expressions. We generative AI engineers build applications, we build systems. So we use foundational LLM models to build generative AI applications that transform business processes. Not just business processes. We build applications that can do all kinds of things. And this is just the beginning. Generative AI applications are going to be everywhere. So generative AI engineers handle what we can call prescriptive use cases to choose the best course of action. For example, applications for decision optimization, for recommendation engines, etc. All that can be called prescriptive use cases. And we also handle what we can call generative use cases. And this probably is the most important area right now. I'm talking about artificial intelligence agents, chatbots for conversational search through information retrieval, like, for example, RAG, etc. Right? So as you can see, the types of projects are totally different. Here we have a descriptive analytics, data storyteller, and predictive analytics. I predict the price, etc. What generative AI engineers are doing is totally different. We are building applications that can do all kinds of things. This is a huge universe. The amount of things we as generative AI engineers can do are enormous. And the difference between the limited range of projects that a data scientist or a machine learning engineer can do is very important. So type of projects, one main key difference. Second, type of data. So if you think about the type of data that the data scientist or the machine learning engineer is using, you will see that most frequently they use structured data, what we call tabular data, tables, right? With hundreds or thousands of observations that they usually need cleaning, is what we call data preparation. So we have these huge databases or these huge spreadsheets, and we first need to clean this data, right? As a machine learning engineer or a data scientist. This clean data is then used to train various machine learning models. So most of all, the data scientist and the machine learning engineer is going to work with structured data, with tabular data, spreadsheets or data sets or databases, excuse me. What about the generative AI engineer? Well, the most frequently used data is what we call unstructured. So here we are working with text, we are working with images, we are working with videos, we are working with audio files, and the most common model is an LLM, which requires billions to trillions of text tokens for training. So you are starting to see the difference of models as well. And you will see this is going to have repercussions in computer power, for example, training time, etc., etc. But here you see the second key difference, type of data. What about models? The data scientist or machine learning engineer toolbox contains hundreds of models and algorithms. Each use case requires gathering a different dataset and training a specific model, which is often narrow in scope, smaller in size, and requires less computational power and training time. The generative AI engineer has a very different toolbox. They typically include one type of model, what we call the foundation model. And these foundation models, they can perform a wide range of tasks, are very large in terms of parameters, and require substantial computational power and training time. Okay? So, models, very different. The data scientists and the machine learning engineers, they work with the small machine learning models, which are specialized, use a small number of parameters, less compute power, and less time to train, usually from seconds to a few hours. But in the case of generative AI engineers, we are only using one kind of model, which is what we call the foundation model. These models are huge, but are also super versatile. They are not doing just one thing. They can do millions of different things. They use a higher number of parameters, a higher computer power, and of course, they require a higher time to train, from weeks to months. Okay, so very different models. What about the workflow? So the typical data scientist or machine learning engineer is working in a process that involves first, gathering data, second, preparing this data with cleaning, feature engineering, cross-validation, etc. Then use this data to train models. And finally, deploying the model, usually in the cloud, for real-time prediction or whatever you are going to do, right? So the workflow of the machine learning engineer is very, very structured. What about the generative AI engineer workflow or process? Well, we start by working with pre-trained models. We are right now living what we can call the era of AI democratization, because right now uh, all these foundation models are widely accessible, right? We then use natural language instructions to prompt models. It's what we call prompt engineering. And careful, because as we said in the latest prompt engineering advanced presentation, prompt engineering is not just about wording. Prompt engineering is about communicating with foundation models, and that includes a lot of generative AI engineering, use of different frameworks, techniques, etc. So, well, take a look at the last presentation we include, the last video we include about advanced prompt engineering, because probably you are going to see a difference between your initial conception or your initial assumptions about prompt engineering and what is really prompt engineering today. So, again, we as generative AI engineers work with pre-trained foundation models using natural language instructions to prompt them, to communicate, to give instructions to these models. And we employ frameworks to build large generative AI applications. So in this bootcamp, you are going to see most of these generative AI frameworks and how we work with them in order to build generative AI applications, or what other people call generative AI systems. And finally, in many cases, the generative AI engineer is going to embed these applications into larger workflows or larger systems that have a user interface, automation, etc. Okay, so the workflow of the data scientist or a machine learning engineer and the workflow we use as generative AI engineers is totally different. It's not just the workflow, it's the tools, it's the techniques. What about the role? And in my opinion, this is a very, very important key difference. So, what is the role that a data scientist or a machine learning engineer is playing? What is the personality? What is the mindset? What is the attitude of these professionals? Well, they are mostly analysts, mostly storytellers. They mostly work with statistics, graphs, machine learning models, and they mostly provide insights or tools for other people to take action. But the generative AI engineer is a totally different kind of animal. We are builders. Our role is more similar to the role of the full stack developer. We are generative AI developers, but also part backend developers and part front-end developers ourselves. Okay, so data scientists and machine learning engineers are analysts and storytellers working with statistics, graphs, and machine learning models. But generative AI engineers are builders, and they are more like full stack developers handling generative AI development, backend development, and front-end developers. So the generative AI engineer is much more like the traditional full stack web developer. We can create so many different kinds of projects. We can do so many different things. We play an absolute integral role in all these processes. We are not just providing insights or working with statistics or working with graphs. No, 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 no. We are building things, we are building products, we are building applications, we are building systems, we are changing the world. So for me, this is the most important key difference. So with traditional artificial intelligence, with data science, with machine learning engineering, it was boring. It was just playing with numbers and graphs, but you really don't play a significant role into making revolutionary new things, into changing the world. But as a generative AI engineer, yes, now the possibilities you have in your hands are enormous. You can work as an entrepreneur, you can have your own startup, you can lead a development department, you can work in every kind of industry you can imagine, you can be a consultant. The sky is the limit for you. It's a total different situation, okay? So the important thing, just to end this video, is to say that we are still in a transition moment. So there is still, for example, there is still overlap between data scientists, machine learning engineers, and generative AI engineers. In many companies, there is still confusion. Despite the differences, there is still this overlap. Data scientists may work on generative AI projects, and generative AI engineers may handle traditional data science tasks. Both fields are evolving very rapidly, and the distinctions between the roles of data scientists and generative AI engineers continue to become more pronounced. So, in my opinion, this lesson is very important to clear some misconceptions some of you may still have. Because even with our students, we sometimes find this confusion of data scientists or machine learning engineers that still do not understand the main differences, people from the business world, people from the human resources world, newcomers, that they do not understand the main differences between what we call the traditional artificial intelligence and the new artificial intelligence. So in summary, my last comment is that you are in the most exciting field right now all over the world. So enjoy it.